sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022.
redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM 9 tu jangan selesa sangat kat SEM 9 Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okey, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini ni cuba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik dalam season ni, okey?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah yang berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okey, kepada tim SEM 9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So, kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya. Korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula. Nama saya kan Kid. Kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga, the king of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Start sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang jangan rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang Nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku kentik konsol kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim SEM 9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok game kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10. Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dulu lah. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku IJL, aku ikut aku.
Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang dah.
Binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda sekarang ni?
Apa tu bodoh tak? Masuk benda.
I behind you. You go first.
Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Buruk. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple.
Rasa macam kertas tu.
Kerang. Kaki ayam. Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Taruh tangan, mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah. Tajam gila, takut. Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like, I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas. Okey guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam 2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello guys, my name is Knight from GEEK.
Hai, nama saya Drake. Saya daripada tim SMG. Hai, saya Rip dari Exus Red1.
Hai, saya Guzar. Saya dari Quick Baby. Saya Bosskurr daripada tim DBD.
Hello guys, saya Ricky daripada Dingoz Esports.
Hi, saya Bravo daripada tim Farang Guerilla. Hello guys, I'm Yoodo from Genexus.
Hello guys, saya Ayam Pro dari HomeBois.
Hello everyone, I'm Bosskurr from HYVE International.
Hi, saya Iftar dari tim MAB Esports.
Hi, my name is Iris and I'm from Team MUGEN.
Hi guys, my name is Rinja from Team RSG.
Saya Zubi daripada Tim A.
Hi, I'm Deb from Team 9. Hi, saya Frankie daripada Tabah NSEA.
Hai, nama saya Aboy dari tim Bosskurr.
Hello, I'm Kate from Team Secret.
Hai, saya Olio daripada Yoodo Alliance.
Hello guys, nama saya Pemburu. Saya daripada Team Forever.
Kami bara untuk mendapatkan champion pada season kali ini.
For this season, kita orang akan rampas balik piala kita orang dekat Forever.
This season, I'm confident that Sam9 will break the curse and play in PMPLC.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan pegang title champion kita orang.
Untuk musim ini, saya akan bawa balik piala untuk tim Farang Guerilla.
So our target for next season is to become the champion and to qualify to PMPC.
For this upcoming tournament, I'm expecting that my team will perform much better than the last PH representative last season.
Untuk season ni, tim A akan cuba rebut piala untuk bawa ke Gaming House.
For this upcoming PMPL MY for Speed, we're gonna bring back our champion trophy back to the Gaming House.
We will try to be the first SG team to make it to the C stage.
Untuk 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, DBD akan dapatkan piala itu bawa balik.
For 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, we will try to get belt trophy back in season 3 grand finals.
Kami akan cuba untuk membawa balik piala itu ke gaming house kita orang.
Untuk season kali ini, kami nak menang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan target PMJC sebab kita orang dah yakin dengan line up kita orang ni.
Untuk season ni, kita orang cuba dapatkan trofi untuk HomeBois.
Untuk PMPL season kali ini, kita orang akan cuba bawa trofi dalam rumah MAB Esports.
Kami harapkan untuk membawa balik piala PMPL kali ini ke Negeri Sembilan.
PMPL kali ini kami akan bawa balik trofi untuk tim Bosskurr.
Kali ini korang jangan lupa tengok kita orang merampas starter atau trofi daripada Forever.
Long live Alliance.
Still moving under gunfire.
Secret fighting.
Dibambil tim A. We are the boss.
Your game, your play. Sam9 on fire.
GG, RSG.
MUGEN langgar.
MAB, bring it on.
HomeBois family.
Genexus, all the way up. Rise with us.
Once again, always a fan.
Dingoz created to conquer. Exist Red One, kita ganas.
Play with pride.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
To all of the HYVE International fans, thank you for the non-stop support, and we will do our best to be at least make the Filipinos proud.
Jangan lupa saksikan 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Keep supporting us. We'll see you guys at 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Untuk fans, thank you sebab support kita orang, and jangan lupa support kita orang dekat 2022 MYSGPH Fall. Alright, bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na.
Yuhai.
Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit, GEEK fam. Baka yung team secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for the spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz, and GEEK fam. Oh, UI managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. He needs to work this out. It's Kido. Managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban. It's Kido.
Neo Speed awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchants is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
New speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sejauh mana Unlimited boleh pergi? Selamat datang ke The Unlimited Theory. Jamal suka main game. Jadi, kami nak tengok berapa lama dia boleh main game dengan plan Unlimited Yoodo.
Weh, satu game lagi? Bila nak habis?
Yoodo Unlimited. Ubah soal segalanya, tiada batasan.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on a TGIF weekend here. I mean, I'm not sure if Friday is considered a weekend, but I'm considering it is because tomorrow is a holiday and you're watching the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. You're joining me on this evening. It's Keith together with Contra, and well, we've got a bunch of games to cover today.
That's right, and of course, welcome on board for another exciting day of domination out of the top teams out there, or perhaps there's going to be pleasant surprises because we've already seen many of these teams step it up a notch by the end of day 2. Now, moving into day 3, of course, things are going to be pretty much amazing. And people who have made all this amazing, especially for the ones that's coming in from our official smartphone partners, Realme, they're going to offer you something that's spectacular, and it's the GT Neo 3.
Yeah, talking about, of course, a state-of-the-art, first in its class, at least in Southeast Asia, as they claim, a dual-chip gaming-level flagship phone called the Realme GT Neo 3. Okay, it brings you the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset that ensures you a power efficiency and an immersive gaming experience with no compromise. It's a seamless gaming offer right in this powerful little device.
That's right, and on top of that, if you want to gain unlimited and you just want to go all the way out there and hang out with your friends online, you don't want to be missing out on all these free data that you can get, because when you play PUBG Mobile using Yoodo powered by Cellcom, it's absolutely for free. You don't have to pay a single cent. So scan that QR code and you can get that SIM pack delivered to your doorstep.
I mean, you've seen the ad itself, 144 hours of gameplay. Man, that is insane. But you know what else is insane? Trends that always seem to take place onto TikTok. So if in case you didn't already know, PUBG Mobile now has a TikTok page. So why don't you scoot your way over onto it? I mean, if you're watching this on a big screen, you can always do it on your phone. That's what second hands are for, right? Multitask. It is PUBG Mobile MY official for the Malaysians, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for Singapore content, and for our Pacific Islanders over in the Philippines, it's PUBG Mobile official PH.
Make sure you put that hashtag be the one, and you might just be popping up on the FYP of TikTok. Who knows, right? So with that being said, of course, we will also want to welcome those of you guys who are brand new to the PMPL MYSGPH Fall 2022. So with that being said, of course, we're going to introduce you to the nitty-gritty details and etc. And let's go ahead and take a look at the format of the 2022 PMPL.
Yeah, here's a quick refresher how this tournament is structured right now. Already in the second week of the Country League. That's happening every Wednesday down to Sunday. This is week number 2. 5 matches to be played every single day, including today, except for Sunday, where you get an extra map called Livik. Now, the top 16 at the end of a 3-week run, based on the bonus point that they have accumulated, will move on to the country finals, which will happen Friday to Sunday. 6 matches a day, and the top 4 from that top 16 will move on to the PMPLC Championship. Meanwhile, number 5 all the way down to 7 has a chance to yet again make their way into the C Championship via the PMPLC play-in.
That's actually a lot of slots that they can actually acquire from this league itself, and on top of that, this is the point system for the entirety of the showdown. So Chicken Dinner will want teams with 15 points, 12 points for second place, third place with 10 points. On fourth, we got 8 points, 6 points for fifth place, and 4 points for sixth. On 7th place, we got 2 points. Anywhere from 8 to 12 will only be rewarded with 1, and 13 and 16, absolutely nil. So they have to rely on elimination points. And the total prize pool for this brand new season is a whopping $150,000 US.
Touching! dollar bills, yeah, and take a look at how these bonus points are accumulated. The weekly bonus, which is points that are awarded each week based on their weekly ranking. So every single week of the country league, they will be playing for placement point, in which if they position from number 1 all the way down to 20, such is the points that they are remunerated with, 20 tapering down to eventually 1 point, whoever ends up at the bottom of this week. Now, the league bonus, the points are awarded for the overall reach stage, that's the one I was talking about actually. Weekly bonus is to determine the places. League bonus is to determine the points that you get. And then the total bonus is what you get overall, and which determines if you play in the country finals or not.
That's true, and on top of that, we may not have broken down the PMGC points as well by both seasons. But before we get to that, of course, this is the participating teams for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH. For this split itself, we will see Group A, B, C, as well as D and E. We got HomeBois, Bosskurr, Team Secret, Team Hawk, Dingoz, GEEK Fam, MAB Esports, Team SMG, Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, Crit VIP, Genexus, Axis, redONE, DBD, MUGEN, 4 Rivals, SEM9, Farang, Guerilla, and of course, from the Philippines, HYVE International.
Yeah, and so far we've seen some of these new names already stepping up. As you mentioned, Don't Break Dreams definitely cracking, well, the spirits of some of these teams who's waiting for their chicken dinner, but unfortunately stopped in the tracks. Now, GEEK Fam and Genexus, these two are definitely the standout one coming from yesterday itself. GEEK Fam coming in with 3 good games, one of it chicken dinner, but it felt like all 3 of those games were chicken games.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at that. Average eliminations. Just eliminations. We're not even talking about positioning. Like yesterday, couple of chicken dinners, and also averaging about top 2 position, top 4 at the very least. Things are looking perfect for GEEK Fam.
I like that you mentioned that couple of chicken dinners. There was actually only one, but it felt like they had so many chicken dinners.
At least through the week they did.
Yeah, just because the way they perform, right? Even if they don't get the chicken, they get the overall, the highest points in that map itself, although going in second place. Because of the sheer numbers of kills, the GEEK Fam has just been absolutely perfect in raking things up. Even, I think it was about 14 kills on all 3 of those games.
Yeah, just take a look at some of all these highlights out there. Snipe, yesterday was their star of the show because not only was he the MVP of one of the rounds out there, he managed to save GEEK Fam for them to acquire this chicken there in Aranga.
Yeah, and this was where Team Secret, I think this was the best run they could have gotten. It just so happens that they're up against GEEK Fam. Otherwise, it was more likely than not they might have gotten a chicken dinner. But they will take what they can get. Meanwhile, GEEK Fam again just on an absolute steamroll of an engine. Although they're not MUGEN, they are shooting down the trains themselves. MUGEN under crossfire, but that's not saying much since everyone is under their crossfires for the likes of GEEK.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like we're going to get the race anywhere over on the lower end of the hills, where we did see major improvements from the Singaporean representative overall. Yeah. Meanwhile, we just see time after time, we have a lot of all these early skirmishes, and the Genexus definitely was on the terror as well. They started off very well inside Sanok to acquire their chicken dinner, but there were very rocky games where they didn't even acquire a single point.
Yeah, but MUGEN, like you mentioned, I think they deserve the respect here because they actually tried to play a different way this yesterday, a bit more aggressive. They did rake in, I guess, averagely a little bit more, like 2 kills. They tried their luck. They're not at the bottom. It's HomeBois now occupies on the 20th spot. But this is the weekly rankings we have so far. Obviously, GEEK Fam leaps and bounds above the competition more than twice. The likes of Genexus, who's coming in second place, who's only got a marginal difference of 1 point right next to SEM9.
Yeah, and overall, we are looking at the middle pack as well. Just look at how close the points are on 6th place all the way to 8th. They're around this 70 points margin. Meanwhile, from 9th all the way down to, I would even argue, 15, there's going to be a lot of switcheroos going on for today. So it's a matter of who really gets to score big time out there. HYVE International have moved up a couple of spots as well. We'll be cheering them on to see how far they can get by the end of the day. We were just that team who actually rose to the occasion from like the bottom 5 position all the way down up to the 11th spot. They had one great game and it changed the tide for them. Well, I guess we'll have to reflect on that one. But right now,
Dingoz is one of those teams to be focusing on. We've heard what Badman had to say. They know where they're making those mistakes, has to come in and maybe fix things up, play a little cleaner, I guess. Show us the prowess that Dingoz has. Yoodo Alliance, the former community champions back then known as Farang, GEEK, and of course SMG, although SMG I don't think has stole the spotlight a bit, although they do have great players on the arsenal.
I definitely do agree, and here is the map rotation, as it will be staying the same at least on the weekdays. Well, I'll still call Friday a weekday. So Sanhok is where we're going to start our show, the smallest map all the way to the largest. That's how the orders will go. Double Arangel as well as double Miramar to close off the night. But Sanhok has multiple winners already. Yesterday it was Genexus with some really big plays. Today, let's see who will be the one to secure the first chicken dinner on that Friday run.
And it's always going down to the hardest thing of them all and trying to predict who's going to take Sanhok, because we all know Sanhok's such a volatile map to play. Even the likes of Geek Fam, who too soon in yesterday's Sanhok, tells you what, it's, I guess, less so of a skillful map, and it's a bit more, well, what would you say? Would you say luck? I would say luck. I would say luck in a sense.
I wouldn't say luck.
I would. I
wouldn't say
Although
luck.
Genexus did get a very, very weird chicken dinner in yesterday's Sanhok when they actually made the rotation onto the Alpha Islands, coming from the main islands, and then, you know, cutting back through via the water unnoticed. So we'll see how this one plays out. But this time we have got a new release here by the Blackpink themselves. It's a new track called Ready for Love. In case you haven't noticed, it is already out now on their own page on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure on PUBG Mobile's page as well. The record was 1.8 million in the first hour.
First hour
of viewers, man. So if you want to
bring it
contribute,
up to 1 billion if you can.
Yeah, let's like really shoot this one up to the moon.
And of course, other than Blackpink stuff out there, you should also check out the things that we do have in-game in store for you, where it's the 13th season of the Royal Pass, and you got to check out the Mecha Sanctum set.
The one set that Contra is so die-hearted about. He really wants to get this one, although I have my favorites, and I think the Thorn set, which eventually I'll tell you more about it later on, looks like a better deal, but hey, why choose when you can have both?
Yeah, you can have everything you want. Just go ahead, log into the game. Especially if you play every single day, it's going to be easy for you to achieve every single level of the pass itself. So make sure you go ahead and log in, and there is also a lot of free stuff to claim. But we're going to give you more news on that, because we're about to at least prepare ourselves for the very first map. So when we look at our first match inside of Sanhok, there's going to be a couple of teams that will not be playing, but for those who are, well, we just got to predict who's going to be the one on top, and I'm going to start off here with Dingoz.
Yeah, I'm going 4 Rivals. I think they went in close yesterday. Oh, but great story with this prediction, though. Yesterday in Sanhok, 4 Rivals had like the close call, right? They were on top on the northern side. Circle did go towards their favor. They wiped out a team who was residing out there. I believe it was, no, it wasn't DBD. It was HYVE International, I think. But then it was Dingoz who stopped them in their tracks. So
that's right.
Right now, it seems like
they're on form.
No, I'm saying the two predictions that we have that could be like contrast between each other. You know?
Okay, let's give everybody else here a little bit of a history lesson as well. So the boys from 4 Rivals, majority of them, not all of them,
okay,
did play back in what we used to call Dingoz MPX.
Oh.
And that very season, I think they were the champions.
Oh.
And then, of course, they moved on to a new organization, and that's where it was 4 Rivals, and Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, now back to 4 Rivals. Yeah, a little bit confusing. Just a little bit.
Now did 4 Rivals win the champion, though? Did they win the champion?
I guess they did.
Oh, then that makes 1-1. They're on equal grounds, these two teams, and I'd like to see my prediction go up against Contrast here. We'll see how it goes. He talked a lot of smack about the new color green, trying to defer themselves from the red that is Dingoz.
Hey, I love the color green as well, but like this feng shui stuff, I don't know.
Now we'll see how that one fares out, red versus green. Now, I mean, we could go all day, but I'm not going to go into the shades of green and the hues of green, which we did in Miramar, but because that's out of a desperate attempt.
It's funny because, like, you know, certain beliefs, like things that red is the auspicious color. Some also think that green is. I do believe that there's always a little bit of identity when it comes down to colors out there. And currently, GEEK Fam is also on red, so...
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I didn't think that one through. Yeah, you're right. I should have even brought that as a point of argument. But you know what else is red? Yoodo right in front of us. So whenever you see the QR code goes up, make sure you're fast enough to get in that QR scan to get yourself some data from Yoodo. Heck, switch on over if you're already at it, right? Because, come on, reallocation of data, I think customizability, you've seen time and time again, it seems to be having no competition. The moment that they give you such a feature, is there a reason not to get it?
You just gotta grab it whenever you want because they're always gonna be welcoming you to explore unlimited parts of territories. Well, speaking of territories here, teams are about to drop right into Sanhok, and we're gonna see who's gonna be able to take it all the way home. Well, I know you're basically scrolling around the table, looking around, but look no further, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin our very first match here on a Friday evening. So hop on by. This is 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Well, I hope you're having such a great pre-weekend, I guess. This is where all the parties start, starting with this TGIF and, well, Sanhok. One of those map where you go ham, I think, knowing that if everything is more RNG than others, you might as well just go crazy at it, trying to go farm as much as what we've seen Bosskurr did yesterday in their Sanhok. Amazing run. Although they didn't win, they did stand out because they farmed for a lot of those kills. DBD came out the ultimate victor, but that was because they were in shed, shooting turrets down as I live and breathe already, shooting against each other. It's Team HYVE against HYVE International. They're crashing onto bootcamp. Team HYVE, I don't think they were ever here. This is the first time they're dropping in. They're going with full-fledged aggression right now, and it looks like they might just trade in onto their favor. Only one member who is unhealthy, unwell, but they will wipe out the rest of the HYVEs.
Looks like Team HYVE wants to reclaim their territory here inside of boot camp, especially when Genexus is not around. And HYVE thought that, hey, since it's not around, we can claim it back. And surprise, surprise, Team HYVE, they're right here. Just basically starting off by taking out the entirety of the squad, and blink and you'll miss.
Blink and you miss. That's a plug for the Blinks. Blackpink out now, ready for love. 1.8 million in the first hour. Okay, enough. I'm just trying to earn brownie points to get Lisa to notice me, but that'll never happen because we're just voices in the end of the day.
Maybe she gets creeped out because of your mustache. So you gotta shave it out, and who knows?
You'd be surprised how well
Chance
this works.
increases by 50%.
You'd be surprised how well this works.
Surprise events. Show me. Prove it.
I'd rather not show you, because then I'll have to kill you. But moving on. Over in Sanhok, GEEK Fam, I think this has a GEEK Fam and Sanhok. It's almost like a kryptonite. Sanhok's always been their weakest map. Surely you could give them a benefit of the doubt because yesterday there was a questionable move where they sent Yuhai on his own and a scouting duty into bootcamp and got shot dead in the process. But maybe this time they'll play things a little bit more different, maybe a bit more smarter.
That's right, and overall they have already shown that they can play very tactically, and Yoodo Alliance here is just basically scavenging for those first 8 kits, which is a commodity throughout the map of Sanhok. We've seen so many teams play the healing meta overall, but Sem9, they just cut across over a river, and they're about to move into the villages without taking the bridge. Meanwhile, Crit VIP are just looking for some villagers here. Well, somebody have stole a corn, perhaps. So Mins stuck all alone. Leon Thompson doesn't have a vest to work with, so I don't think that he'll be able to last out. So with the DBS already giving warning signals, I think he's pretty much afraid.
What can he do? He hears definitely multiple footsteps going on the top side. He's not going to win this one out, even with a vest here, especially with 3 was going against him, and one of them is all it takes because that double barrel shotgun by Insomnus deletes him from this lobby.
He meets the professor, I would say. And fun fact, I believe that he was studying to become a medical doctor as well. So, yeah.
Insomnus?
Insomnus.
Oh, ingenious.
But, of course, he's got a better career right now. Well, being a pro player for a couple of seasons already. And Ricky, instead, I don't know. Is he going to be a diver? He doesn't seem like he could swim anymore.
Well, he's called Ricky, but he's not level 6 just yet to even go
Ricky.
out of sight.
He's Ricky, but living La Vida Loca.
It's too early for the cringe. It's too early. You're going to chase the viewers out of there.
Martin on this one.
Meanwhile, the bosses, well, Mafia bosses, they're back in town here. Looking very, very solid yesterday. They had a couple of good runs. I would say maybe about 2 of the 4 maps they played. And that's 50%. Still a good odds. If you could average about 2 good maps every single day, that's still going to put you in a better position than, well, some of these teams.
I would agree. Like, overall, you don't have to look too far. You focus on one game at a time, and you can't be all too bummed out when you don't get things that you want to achieve within a span of a round, because you look at the day, there's 4 games. Like, so long as you could just progress through those difficult rounds, or even if you start on a high note, you just got to maintain it in the form of way. And the best way to do so is positioning points. And in Sanhok, I think this is much easier to do as compared to the rest of the other maps.
Positioning points in Sanhok. I mean, sure, if you
play by the blue zone.
Yeah, play by the blue and just heal yourself up. But you mean, no, that's not Bosskurr. Bosskurr was just out there shooting everyone. They're the ones who wiped out GEEK Fam in Sanhok, and which brings us here. Now GEEK Fam is up against Team Secret, who now has the high ground.
Is there going to be a rematch going on where they're going to settle the scores that they had in Arangel? Snipes hurt those grenades that has been lopped in. So he's going to prime one over the rocks as well, assuming that somebody's there, and there's going to be Fredo pretty close by. He's just by the corner of the tree. Thought Snipes just hopping around, so he's going to cook one up. Isaac gets picked off instead. Great work coming out of Snipes.
But the nade's been lobbed on forward into Snipes' direction, but does not click. So great work again from Snipes just to echo you. And again, this guy is just on fire ever since yesterday. So many clutch pulled in, which allowed GEEK Fam to reign the dominance that they have displayed in day number 2 alone. And now day number 3, not looking like they might slow down, already taking a key member of Team Secret, Izane. The support fire from the back end, it's now gone, and which means they're not going to get punished trying to push on forward.
Now it's going to be iShots all alone as well. He will get dropped instantaneously. Meanwhile, Fredo on the lower end of the kill will be spotted out as well by the rest of GEEK Fam. He's going to be running downhill instead. Don't think that they'll be able to get vision of him. Meanwhile, Kid is so far away. I don't think Team Secret stand a chance here.
Of course they don't. They're well, numbers itself, they lose to that. And Kid's way too far to do anything. If their only play is probably to let Kid roam free, get out of there, maybe loot up some Band-Aid and play the circle game. Fredo trying to fend off 3 members, all 4 actually, gets shot down. Yuhai, former Team Secret player, goes in and disrespect with the pan. Come on, GEEK Fam.
Well, it's a little bit of friendly banter going on, I do believe. So far, things have been looking sublime for GEEK Fam overall. Well, with the man down and no one to rescue, I guess you have ample time to whip out the pan or anything else. At least he wasn't Patty, though.
Patty?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say it's Patty this time around. He may not be a Krabby Patty, but he's Patty to be actually slapping his opponent with such disrespect. But hey, it's all part of the game. I know. I'm just making it such a big deal. It's not, guys. Chill. It's all part and partial of play. Meanwhile, Dingoz, the team that Contra has his backs on.
And they're just basically taking rotations into the map, securing the vantage point of the circle. We haven't really seen where their circle has ended up, so majority of teams have been battling over on the Alpha Island. I do assume that there might just be a little bit of possibility of the circle still covering that section, though. Though it's still very early to tell, we still got couple of minutes before phase 1 closes out. Camper. after having 2 takedowns against HYVE International, they've been feeling rather happy, especially yesterday with a big win inside of Erangel on match number 3. So, Team Hawk, they feel really confident that they could bring themselves back into at least top half of the standings. But here comes a bike driving straight to flags, immediately having Frankie snap towards the guy on the shoreline as well. Quick 2 kills, and I guess like my prediction has been hampered to 50%.
Well, I wouldn't say you're entirely wrong here because, hey, no, because look at that. Dingoz, although they're red, their name tags were in green. So maybe you have a point after all. Still 50% right despite being 50% wrong. Just flipped from the left to the right side, it seems. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA, they're going to be happy with that one. Taking out one of the, I guess, huge competitors in terms of firepower here. They will remain within the game. Farang, they have Guerilla stoned up on the hills, and MAB now has a compound in the foot of the hills.
That's right, and I was just saying both colors are auspicious anyway, and indeed the circle does bring everybody into the islands. So many teams still on the outskirts, and it definitely seemed to be NC that will be dictating who gets in through the northern section. So Yoodo Alliance, they are bound to get themselves into a battle if they were to cut by the corners of Cow. Paradise Resort is absolutely empty if they were to opt to go directly into that corner of the map. Doesn't seem like they've been able to find a boat as well. RG taking their sweet time, still looting up inside of San Mi. And they're just going to be having a little bit of a scuffle here. 4 rivals have Happy taken out.
I guess information sent and received here for the likes of 4 rivals. There will now be only 3 rivals to play the entire map here. Team Hawk get another crucial pickoff again, and so that might just deter the likes of 4 rivals from ever pushing onto this small little compound here. Although small, I think it's big enough for 2 of these teams. But look at Damn Cutie already positioned from the far side in case anyone tries to make a push.
It's a really good stance that they're taking here, especially this is still by the edge of the map, but they could easily swim across, so basically clearing everybody out that's still moving right in. The last member of Team Secret tries to hold on, snipes, getting damage overall, but that DPS is not working out. GEEK Fam will close this fight.
Man, GEEK Fam is just getting sharper and sharper as the tournament progresses, it seems. Yeah, he got that shot. It could have been detrimental, and it was Kid who fumbled a little bit with his thumbs, but what could you say? It's a 2v1 situation. High pressure, it seems. Meanwhile, Crypt VIP right now pushing against the likes of Farang Guerilla, just tanking the blue, though. They do have backup who just started driving in towards the round side, go in with the flank to take down Mango. And Bravo is already on his knees, but it seems like it's going to be a huge win for the likes of Crypt VIP.
Yeah, they're making it really swift. And here comes Stone, who's very late to the party, still on the outskirts, and the only one left alive for the likes of Farang Guerilla. Samzy driving outskirts. I don't think that Stone can afford to shoot him. There was a chance that he could possibly go in for the pickoff. Samzy just making his rounds, still trying to look out for Mango. They shouldn't be wasting a little time here because MAB has been having their attentions drawn to themselves. Samzy will be able to hunt that number out. Well, it's going to be Insomnia's going to get dropped instead. Double takedown! Oh my word, Stone, formerly from Sem9, will be able to try to bring back some scores for the team.
Yeah, it was a mistake. You could see Insomnia's not knowing where that shot came from, but his friend just happened to stand in the line of sight as well. So that's 2 member down. Razor has to defend with all his might, but he did get the pickup on the Insomnia. So they may have... Ooh, catches onto 2 members. Man, Farang Stone, this guy is turning things around. And as you mentioned, he's got a shot, and he took it. Although a little bit patient, he might just turn the tides for the favor. The nade has been tossed on forward. Stone looking pretty healthy. XMZ behind the rock, he knows. Stone tossed the nade forward. Does not clip. It's going to be a mano to mano right now.
Even with information gathered, it's not going to work out now. That's going to be a 1 versus 1 that will continue on. And Stone clutches the moment all by himself. Farang Guerilla here proving a point, doing an eye for an eye. But Are they going to call for a truce though? Because that blue zone is still going to hurt them for quite a fair bit. 4 first aid kits still available for Stone. Meanwhile, MAB, they're doing exactly the same and they have the better numbers here. So if they don't conclude it, MAB will.
You know what they say, better late than never. You said he was late to the party, but man, he showed up fashionably late, taking down 3 members in such a display of skills and talent. And he take down the veteran though, XMZ. He is no pushover, that's for sure.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of squats to warm himself up while we're just going to move over to Yoodo Alliance again. Now moving up the hill, it's going to be Tabah NSEA. Oh, I think that heard the click. It really pushes forward. No time to even drop the grenade. Yoodo Alliance so swift, and they will continue to storm outwards. Frankie is charging out. He's going to leave a brother by. One more click of the health that will possibly knock him out, but Lex coming with a cover fire. Frankie finds himself a little bit more of a defensive setup with the stone, protecting him for now.
Man, he hesitated there. He was already cooking up the nade until he seized the nade again and had to pull another pin, which kind of revealed his location. XMZ, he's not moved off from the rock just yet, still staying by. Patrick Starr is his name right now. Feeling very comfortable doing damage from his home.
Well, Samzy at least will be the flag bearer of Crit VIP. But the problem is, they're so far away from the island. Is there even a way out here? Tabah NSEA still getting pressured by members of Yoodo Alliance, but they also do spot out a few other players out there. And it's time for them to at least get a little bit more of a saving grace here as Frankie trying to get himself revived, but Lex doesn't seem like he could possibly get the angles to frag against Olio, and it's a little too late.
Late to the party. It's all about a game of opportunities here. You blink and you miss. Again, echoing the likes of Contra. Playing this one slow, but it is members on the inside who has eyes on the likes of Yoodo Alliance here. They're the ones playing gatekeepers. And see Lex, he's tossing a nade on forward. Right behind Adik Luke is his member Flex OP. So I don't think Yoodo Alliance is in such a great position, to be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Tabah NSEA is going to be in a great one after all, but with 2 players on each side, I think that they will just try to hug by the corners of the circle. They don't really have to rush for anything at all, because if they cut across over onto Hatsid, there's going to be more fish to fry. And VIP, they walk away with 4 points, hit held high, but they should have been watching their 6. So that's them taken out at 12th place. Meanwhile, GEEK Fam will have the rest of HomeBois basically man-marking them, and the only way to handle this situation is to defend that high ground or just take a leap of faith like what they did in Miramar.
Well, Circle's still a bit too soon. I think they could play it a little bit longer, see what the next move has to be. They're comfortable right now, no reason to over-peak. However, the Circle has enclosed even further. And that might just be what's going to put the pressure onto the necks here, at least for the likes of Tabah NSEA, where both of them, actually, Yoodo Alliance and Tabah NSEA, has to wipe each other off if they're actually planning to swim across the river to get into Circle.
And meanwhile, the Islanders seem to at least have a little bit more of a leeway, but as the Circle closes further towards the hill, it's going to be GEEK Fam as well as HomeBois territory. It could also mean that if HomeBois holds this out well, probability for chicken dinner is relatively high.
We'll have to see. Team Hawk, though, they've had a great start already splitting up to push on to this hill where MAB, they're outnumbered. Haikul, he might just spot one out, sends the information on the other side, but Bosskurr will stop the advancement for the time being. And so MAB, they might just hear the gunfires and make a quick exit out of there. Now Team Hawk is Bosskurr's problem instead.
Team HYVE still trying to find their way out here. At least they managed to cut across every step of the way. But with so many of all these shots, it might alert other teams over the top side of the hill. But thankfully, there's a suppressor on that QBU. And I think Luke prowling his way slowly, steadily. Rex slowly bleeds out and eventually will be taken out by Damroot. One more point in for GEEK Fam. And I was just looking online on all these pro players and what they have to say, and Archie Kim was saying that, man, this team is absolutely broken. Somebody stop this guy. They do manage to stop them in Miramar, though, on the final hour. And looks like Circle does belong to GEEK Fam for now. 7-9 over on the north side, RSG on the far west, MAB, THQ, Bosskurr over on the top end of the Temple Hills. SMG has been keeping themselves silently over the hill, and speaking of which, they will just open fire directly onto the members of 4 Rivals.
As I mentioned, they really don't have to move. Circle just close onto them. That's more incentive to stay on top, and already GEEK Fam looking to break that 10 kill mark here. They only need 4 more, and that's easy to do, especially when you have still 11 teams remaining, 10 excluding themselves into the count. GEEK Fam, yeah, Rax sentiment about them being broken is very, very apparent. Their leaps and bounds the entire competition. Did you see the accumulation of the PMGC points? GEEK Fam has got like 400 on the total points. Everyone else were like close to 200.
Yeah, they're currently placed at #1 spot. Genexus is also fighting for #3. And they're really close. I think that in just a few games they will be able to do so. Oh, quick shots coming from Flax for the DBS. And yet again, he will bleed out to the blue due to the shots that he has fired, but at least claims 1 point back for the team.
Team Huck, on the other hand, they have got a dream to eventually one day make it onto the world stage, as do every one of these teams, actually. So that's quite of a blanket statement. Unfortunately, I won't say that opportunity is going to extend the like of 4 Rivals, as again they lose another member to the blue, and they are left with 2 members who play the map and 0 kills on their name. And Micah OP just capitalizing on this situation right now. They are in the advantage, trying to expand their lead exponentially.
And we do have Tam that gets shot out instead. HomeBois, they have to find a way to settle the scores on the other side of the hill, as the rest of Team HYVE, they're already pushing right in. They should be able to secure the life of Tam. And there goes one member down from the side of HomeBois. Team HYVE now putting the same exact score on the board as well as GEEK Fam. And speaking of GEEK Fam, they're on the edge of that hill. They need to make a leap of faith as well, so things don't look all too good. SMG, they can control the pace of this game. RG, though, over on the lower side of the hill, tries to run off, but it's off the smokes, and off the charts they go, off the grid.
My God, just perched up on there, and out of all people, you have Damroot, who seems to always hit his shot from the far end. I think longest elimination distance from GEEK Fam is also on the side of Damroot. Last I checked, could be wrong, could be sniped because he's got snipes in the name, but take a look at this. Team HYVE from above, raining down parades, raining down with bullets and ammunition. Right now, Zully is low and he's trying to play it out, clutching things, but they do have 2 members, and the time used to heal could be time for them to retaliate as well. Bard taking a little bit, he's trying to play this one out. Got both of them relatively low. Could we see another one of these clutch? He's going in for the hills, though.
It could just be 10 more seconds before the blue zone closes. They don't really have much time. Both teams could actually be taken out instead. Zully still hanging on. The grenade is going to be pushing him outwards, and that will be Team HYVE getting taken out from the match, but same goes to SMG, or you could say HomeBois as well. GEEK Fam now in the top 7, taking one member of SMG down. Now Snipes trying to heal up Yuhai on the far end. He doesn't have any packs with him. He's already given it out to one of the members just to play the healing game, and I assume that is going to be Snipes. Same goes to Micah. They can't really jump, but they don't have to. The circle is upon them.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens here when you give GEEK Fam the top hills. They're spraying down, and man, it's It's a rough one to look at, but we know how GEEK Fam always capitalizes the high ground over any sort of compound. We've seen that trend happen over and over again, and it's been paying off dividends. 9 kills. On top of them could be the team that would stop them in the tracks, that is HomeBois, but they will have to push. 10, he's hit the double-digit mark.
SMG making it to the top 3 now, relying on Drax to pull those points back. Grenades being charged up here when we still have HomeBois taking it at higher ground, which GEEK Fam is now alerted. Breaks. Lands a couple of tags out there, but it doesn't seem like he could actually do much. Now they're also stuck in this current position, and they have to push through. And Sem9, they're hugging by the lower end, which Harm could find his way into the circle as well. Micah lands that grenade onto Bard. Drakes needs to take an action here. Quickly goes in for a heal, but here comes another nade. Yuhai clips him now, almost taking him down, and they find Harm. Sem9 is down.
Sem9, the hope and dream for the Malaysian squad here. I mean, they're all Malaysian right now across the board, but we know why that Sem9 is held as the child from Malaysia, sporting the tiger itself. They are the people's champion, and unfortunately, they will remain a remnant for it. But Ranger, he's got a couple of medkits, only one more left, and maybe he has to switch on to Band-Aid, which isn't going to be as effective with the burn rate that's going on. But Micah OP, 13 kills, as we live and breathe and mentioned. GEEK Fam averages 14 in a single round here. And they're keeping the number up, and they might even get even more. Snipes, though, gets taken out.
Oh, Ranger actually survives in the top 3 before he bows out. That's a perfect play coming in from Ranger. Now, this is going to get very awkward from here on. GEEK Fam with 2, Bosskurr with 4. And I guess now that the circle all belongs to Bosskurr, Yuhai will not have any packs. Micah doesn't have one as well. If they were to jump from this angle, I don't think they survive. So GEEK Fam probably just have to settle for second, unless if they do have grenades that they could lob. Yuhai trying his chances though.
Actually, I think Bosskurr could take home the chicken here.
Oh.
Everyone, I mean, Bosskurr has got medkit to play around with. They can let it burn. They want to, unless Yuhai can gun them down. Because right now they can throw all the utilities onto the side of one member in Bosskurr.
There's only one grenade left on Yuhai, and possibility to land on multiple members is fairly low. Just look at the two split that they have.
And both of them do not have any meds, so they cannot wait out the blue.
They're just trying to find a way to, you don't call this parkour, but like rock climb their way downwards, which is equally dangerous. People only climb up and not down. There's no ropes, no strings attached to this current scenario. And Aboy has got an MG3, it doesn't help.
He does have 4 medkit though. He just needs to play passive, but it looks like they're cooking up nades.
They have some grenades scattered.
Ooh, some
3 grenades.
From the Avens. They're going to give you some gift from the Avens here.
It's only 2. Okay, he passes it back to my guy. He's like, no, you take this one.
He's going in for the jump here.
Oh.
Yuhai, what a splendid dive. A little bit of splash there. Gives him 6 points. Now he will use the Band-Aid to get himself up. He's going to go again. If you can make it down without taking a single damage, I'll gladly give you the 10 points here, but they spot him down there. Oh, toss the nade. They're going to scramble into pieces. Shambles, actually. Zigzag, he's actually far forward. Can't get shot down. He's got eyes on him. Yuhai.
Oh, good lob. He gets into Zigzag surgery, and that's only going to be a man being knocked down. Micah has to go one step closer. Fire the hole, right again. They do secure 1 more kill, making it into 14. My goodness, GEEK Fam, even on the last hurrah, they just want to end with a bang. And yes, they will get those shots over. And here is a leap of faith, but it's not going to work out for Yuhai. They do get the fire on, but it will still belong to Team Bosskurr.
Well, it was a slow burn in that match in Sanhok, but who's going to complain? It is what it is, right? And it's such a map in which you're so reliant on Circle, in which GEEK Fam, again, came in with a Circle to their name on it. But it is Bosskurr who came out a big victor simply because they had the, well, I guess more medkits to play around with. It was a run drive from utility from GEEK Fam. That was the best case that they were ever going to do. It's a go in or go broke.
Yeah, Team Bosskurr, they waited long enough, and here they are for the first chicken dinner served on the platter. And GEEK fam, once again, still on the teardown, and they still claim some points at the very final mark. So, with that said, of course, we're going to be celebrating the first chicken dinner of our weekend run. So, this is it, Team Bosskurr.
I like how GEEK fam and spectacular performance is just so synonym. At this point, we're not even surprised that they've got like the 13 frags and even more. We're just watching as it goes and go, oh, yeah, that's typical GEEK fam. This is them. We all know and love. Yeah, there we go. It's raking up in points again. 14 kills in a single map. And that really, they were out of ammunition, most likely, I don't know. But they were out of a lot of utilities, a lot of med kits. They were run dry. At that point, you might as well just dive in. It was inevitable anyway.
I feel like this whole round of Sanhok is a little bit slower in terms of tempo because it's so difficult for teams to get into the circle because it belongs inside the Alpha Island. So you see a couple of teams, they were playing outside of Blue Zone and still taking fights. The unfortunate team that has been clipped out all the way was Quick VIP, but they did secure the 4 pointers in. HomeBois should have actually got this one in the bag. If they didn't win GEEK fam, it could be them on the top 2.
If they win GEEK fam, that would be a story to tell. The top team up against the number 20th team, and the number 20th came out supreme. That would be them kicking themselves in the foot for sure. But alas, the expected came true. The trend continues. The era of the Geeks will rise, and they will claim their yet again another dominant map here. I think paying refuge towards their own Sanhok yesterday where they were out too soon with 0 kills. Oh, huge step up from them.
So good you have to watch it twice. Grenades, and it seems like they have unlimited grenades, just like you do with their unlimited data on PUBG Mobile. Now, these are the teams that we are keeping our eyes on even for the upcoming games. Bosskurr definitely secured that #1 spot, GEEK fam on second, but I believe they will have more points as compared to Bosskurr and RSG, as well as Team SMG. They were both battling out to heal up, and Ranger got the better against Team SMG. That will put RSG into the top 3.
Yeah, they will, and congratulations on that one. Actually, all kudos to Ranger. Hats off to the guy. Played the healing game here, paid off dividends, 26 total points. My God, GEEK fam's just on the steamroll engine, and we were just talking about yesterday on how they can literally give up every single map from here on out and still be comfortably at #1 by the end of the week. Yet here they are, not giving wiggle room, because they probably understand that if we start adopting such practices, then it might actually turn into memory.
You know, 14 eliminations is just the norm for GEEK fam right now. It's
every
like,
match.
Yeah, that's our average point, and it's scary because one more point, that's already a chicken dinner by itself. So this is going to be a 26 points being backed out there. Dingoz as well as HYVE, they took the short end of the stick. Same goes to Team Secret this time. No points acquired. The rest averages in the median of 5 pointers apiece, except for 4 rivals as well as Farang Legends with 3.
Yeah, this time around we will have Micah on the MVP charts, although it doesn't seem like he's the only one who pulled the weight here. 25% team contribution.
But his nades, though, by the very end, that was interesting.
He didn't take anyone down. They were still alive.
He knocked Zigzag, and then he blew it up at the very end.
No, but they were back up to health, and then they knocked him down again.
Oh, no. There was another one, and he just got the point right there. So it's okay. With or without, like,
doesn't make a difference.
-1 doesn't matter because GEEK fam is numero uno. And look what we've got. RSG sent to the second place thanks to Ranger. Now 1 point above Sam9.
And we have to also keep in mind that Genexus did sit out on this match. So come second match onwards, they're going to have their way to rake in those points and maybe even defend their title as the second tier team.
That's right. And overall, Sam9 will still have a couple of games here to play out. Tabah NSEA now onto the 5th spot. Meanwhile, 4 rival is going to be moving upwards in trajectory. Now moving into 7th place. DBD, I believe they weren't part of the game, were they? So 2 points, easily challenging 4 rivals later on. The rest doesn't seem like they do have too much of a movement within the middle of the pack. But there were a couple of teams that have moved downwards because there are just teams like RSG that have stepped up to the plate. Same goes to Team Bosskurr, looking better and better, especially when it comes down to Sanhok. It seems to be their expertise of a map.
Yeah, let's take a look at how that chicken dinner was won from the likes of Bosskurr. They did start their way close towards the circle itself over in Painan, so lucky to them. They did favor them a little bit. They did make an early shift towards the area in which I do believe the HomeBois usually stay onto, but I guess at this point maybe they have made a shift away from something else.
If you think about it, like, since they moved to Painan and they were on the lower end of the Temple Hills, right? Like, they were inside that village for the longest of time, unchallenged. All they have to do to win this game, move forward for, I don't know, 20 steps, and there you go.
Yeah, and that's my point. Like, they went to HomeBois' territory, and so I guess they're the ones who, you know, they did a little bit of damage towards HomeBois, who looked like they had the strongest of chance to take on GEEK Fam. But it is actually Team Hawk, I recall, that took out the members of HomeBois from the low end hill too. How they pushed up, so which is a pretty impressive feat on that end. Bosskurr was just there for the entire time, it seems.
Indeed, and Bosskurr, there's no team that could possibly challenge them other than Team SMG, and even so, that exposes SMG against GEEK Fam, which we saw happen early on. So with that said, like, you can see that everybody was aiming high ground is the way to go, but man, stay low, stay humble, you'll eventually get it.
Based on what GEEK Fam's been pulling for the past 3 days, I think high ground definitely is the way to go.
Sure enough, if you can maintain that spot.
Yeah, which is where their skills come in, right? But you have to first acknowledge where you want to play in a map, and then how do you win from such a position?
And the fact that you can't even see Ranger in the map, I don't even know where this guy is, but good job making it to the top 3. But okay, here comes the interesting thing. Like, look at the distance between Yuhai as well as Micah. Like, they were just basically leveraging on which step to take to get into a safety net, and Yuhai always seeming to find ways to impress us. It's like, okay, Micah, this spot is safe. Come right here and start charging those nades. And Zigzag, of all people, eventually got clipped out of the way. So, regardless, it was still a chicken dinner for Bosskurr, but it was still a fun match to watch at the very end.
You know what's impressive about GEEK Fam? I think a player like Yuhai, he understands every nook and cranny of the terrain here. It seems like it's always him making this weird plays to jump on down, risking everything, and sometimes when it happens and it pays off big time. But talking about the good things in life, Realme GT Neo 3, the brand new gaming flagship introduced by Realme themselves, yours truly. Okay, they're bringing in the dual chip gaming flagship, that is a gaming level flagship phones for you to try it out. A brand new dual chip chipset. It's called MediaTek. I think I'm pronouncing it right? MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. There we go. You know why it's fancy when it's got a long name list with numericals on there. Just go check this phone out. It gives you a lot of great stuff, especially if you are a gamer yourself.
And on top of that, we got a lot of free stuff out there, and one of it will be Yoodo, powered by Cellcom, offering you free data to play PUBG Mobile all day long. So you don't have to worry, oh, no Wi-Fi? No problem. Switch to Yoodo today. They are our official digital telco partners, and they've been staying with us for the longest of time, and thank you so much, Yoodo. So with that said, that concludes our first match, but you can definitely clip everything else in a short bit format and toss it into your TikTok account, and who knows, you will be featured in the FYP. Be the one on the TikTok challenge and follow our official PUBG Mobile TikTok, PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.SG, and PUBG Mobile Official PH.
Yeah, go make sure you clip that favorite moments. And I was actually hoping to see the recap of the highlights previously when we saw the rundown. I wanted to see, did the nade confirm to anyone? Because last I remember, it only knocked, but that is done and dusted. We will move on to more games later on today. It's going to be a Erangel map, the first Erangel map of the day, and that's going to be really fun. Genexus is going to start playing as well, all from Group D. Don't Break Dreams, Axis redONE, and MUGEN starring from Singapore, sunny Singapore, or you'd like to describe it. Excited for that one. Stay excited. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. If you're not followed already on all PUBG Mobile platforms, do so and let us know down in the comment below. Did you think GEEK fam got lucky in that first Sanhok map, or was that pure skills and grit?
It's always about your skills and grit.
Yeah, with them. With them, it's always that.
well. So Bosskurr got the first chicken dinner in the bag, so I'm waiting to see who's going to be the next team to be able to achieve that. And RSG, since the matches from yesterday, just climbing upwards and securing a very consistent top 4 finish at the very least, and also ending up with that chicken dinner in the bag. I'm putting high hopes on them.
RSG, yeah, I mean, they have been consistent, although they said they were off trajectory a little bit, but they're slowly getting back on track, and obviously thanks to the coach and all the team, the support pillars that goes to the back end of RSG. But man, we know that they're capable, and like to echo what Rex said yesterday, the fact that they're seeing their friends over in GEEK fam performing well, it makes them want to perform better as well. And that's why you're seeing that they're inching closer in terms of that consistency displayed by GEEK fam. Now, third place, GEEK fam at second place, who's going to argue with that?
Exactly, and man, I guess like it's just down to how they will play this one out. There's still 4 more matches to go, so don't worry, you guys. If you guys may have actually missed the first chicken dinner, there's always the bot that you could basically wind it up back, and if you're going to be free later on, there's still more matches as well. Now, let's bring in the stats once again. Let's take a look at the damage charts, and it's going to be Micah here with the most damage being done, and surprisingly, even Damru did not survive till the very end. He did slightly more damage than Yuhai, so the chase is on, and it's just an internal rivalry, I would say, or should I just say everybody's just working hard for it. So on the most eliminations, though, it's going to be Yuhai that takes over.
Of course it's going to be Yuhai. The guy goes for it. Any single time he had doubts on whether he's going to end up at number 1, you start seeing him just pushing in, guns blazing, trying to secure that one for himself. I mean, he did that in that RSG match where RSG got the chicken dinner in that Miramar. So, well, this time around, it was him who tried to jump his way down forward. So I'm pretty sure it's all tactical. In the end of the day, any kills any of the members gets contributes onto their team. So why the heck not? Meanwhile, take a look at what we have coming up next here in Erangel. That is our first Erangel of the day. That's match number 2. Group D finally in, but Group C will be sitting out, which means Yoodo Alliance, RSG, unfortunately, Tabah NSEA and Crit VIP will not be playing in this first match, but they will have, this first Erangel, but they will have a chance in second Erangel.
That's true, and these are the teams to focus yet again. Well, despite us mentioning GEEK fam so much, I think that easily they are the heavy favorites onto this, so our other focus draws into the attention of Tabah NSEA, Team Hawk, as well as Team Secret, because we're going back to the Erangel. Team Secret has been able to at least pull into number 2. Team Hawk has got the chicken dinner yesterday as well. Tabah NSEA, we're still waiting for it, but they have remained to be very consistent, as they just have to amp up on firepower in order to give chase to the rest of them, and they're still at least on the first half of the standings.
Yeah, I think maybe even like top 6, top 5, who knows? Probably top 8, that's the safest bet I can pull out a big umbrella. And talking about big news here, Blackpink is having a collaborations with PUBG Mobile. The virtual concert happened yesterday, in case you missed that one out. It's still going on until the 31st of this month, where you can win Blackpink outfits and voice packs, share some concert ticket, get a preload on that one, and well, it's still going on. We've got till the 31st. The World Challenge, though, I have no idea.
Exactly, so make sure you tune right in and party with your favorite girls. Now, this is the collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as KL Gangster, and you could get yourselves all these voice packs in-game, and if you want to get it for free, there's a way to do so, because You just have to join in the PMPL as well as PMCT watch party. Or else, if you're going to be all too busy, make sure you check this out. And, you know, we had a blast on Wednesdays. Those 2 days passed. But every time you log in on Wednesdays is where you will be able to be rewarded. Tell them about it.
Yeah, so Rabu Padu means jam-packed Wednesday, although today is a Friday. You can always look forward for next week. It's going on until the month of October, in which every single time you log in on a Wednesday, you get yourself a chicken token. And the moment you collect yourself 3 tokens, you can get a brand new suit all for free for this event. But this is what you guys should be ready for.
Yeah, and I am absolutely ready for love. If you guys haven't checked out the music video, the special track has already been released today, so make sure you go ahead and support Blackpink because they've been releasing bangers after bangers, and I'm sure you guys will be loving it.
Yeah, love it. You will, just like this brand new set called the Mecha Sanctum set. It's all white and gold, paladin-like. Imagine shooting from the barrel of this gun and from no eyes, it seems. They're alien technology. We all know PUBG Mobile's trying to bring this theme since forever here. Get a little bit of mix of both worlds. That's why they're making the game as interesting as things can be. And so go check that one out. And speaking of things that are interesting,
and this is the PMPL Watch Party and PMPL and PMCT on-ground watch party that you can join in Paradigm Mall Selangor, Paradigm Mall Johor, April Parade, Perak, as well as Surya Sabah. And overall, we've already had the Paradigm Mall show concluded. This weekend will be in Johor. So, Johorians, you guys know the drill. It's time to head over to Paradigm Mall. Next week, we're going to be April Parade, so you don't want to miss it.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I'm you know, within the time frame to actually get myself a ticket to support back home when it reaches Sabah. But, well, we'll worry about that one some other days. Maybe I'm just broke by the end of the month. But let's see who we think is going to get the chicken dinner for the next match. I mean, come on. I mean...
The only challenger that was not present in that previous match was Genexus. I'm bringing them back. I'm bringing them back.
I mean, can I ever go wrong with this sort of prediction? You're literally betting on house at this point. I'm betting on house at this point. It's GEEK fam.
But usually, when you do win, the odds are better.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
And of course,
my guys are risk takers.
These are the guys I'm supporting, and overall, they have great finesse and a strong mentality in and out of the game. And I do feel like they are definitely the best challengers to GEEK fam. Although now, this week, it's hard to keep up. But settling for second is the best thing to work on comparing to other teams like 7-9. Now there's also RSG on third place, so this race is definitely looking rather interesting.
So where do we draw the line here? Let's say GEEK fam, they didn't make the chicken dinner, but they got the most points. Does that mean they won a prediction, or is this purely the chicken prediction?
This is a chicken prediction.
I should have thought this one through. Then records don't show GEEK fam to be the most of chicken.
Everybody will just put GEEK fam every single game and they still win. Right?
Not true. I got 4 rivals in Miramar yesterday, and that one was spot on.
It's okay. We spoil our streak today. Like we started on
the worst possible
false predictions. I won't say the worst because they are great teams after all.
No, we were banking on potential. We know that they have potential.
They do.
We know that they're great, right? Although we know that they're also not on fire, but we are taking chances.
Like you always say, Sandhawk is going to be rowdy, a little unpredictable.
Yeah.
But this time around, we're going into Erangel for match number 2. So the last that we saw these two teams compete, Genexus as well as GEEK fam, was just yesterday. And it's all also going to be in that same area around that Fairpier Quarry Hills. And looks like GEEK fam got the upper hand yet again. And GEEK fam went on to take a number 2 spot. That was against Team Hawk. So Team Hawk also doing so much better this time around. I do believe that they'll be showing up within the radar to at least secure another potential top 8. Top 8's respectable, but perhaps top 5, even more manageable.
Yeah, I mean, but just to echo your sentiment here, you cannot let GEEK Fam play their game because you know that if the circle does shift towards that
Who's
end,
going to challenge them in Georgia Poll, though?
you have to try at this point. Otherwise, they're going to get away with it from murder if they're still the high ground kings. Right now, I'm calling them the high ground kings. It seems like, well, no need to elaborate because the gunfire has already been gone. That is the first map of Erangel for the day, and it's a go into the map.
Yeah, we're just gonna cruise through on there for the moment while every other player is gonna be prepping their parachute. This seems to be coming in from the north section just by the edges of Zarki. And there you go, cutting across shooting range into Synoptica military base. This is gonna be a pretty fair drop. Every team should be able to reach some of all these area, and looks to us that there might just be a little bit of a bad weather going on, but we'll just have to wait and see because seems like things have been looking pretty all right when it comes down to water of our first map of Erang.
Yeah, flight path looks very decent, very fair game for everyone else. Georgia Poll is accessible for GEEK Fam. Everyone's going to be able to get to the places they want to. Maybe provided if you're SMG, you want to go over the Milta Power. A bit of a far stretch, I would say, but still very doable. And well, we're now back here into the caster desk because we might have a reflight here. We got on board on the wrong schedule. That wasn't a flight to Erangel. That was supposed to go all the way to Livik.
Missing passengers, or I don't know, they left the luggages out there.
Yeah,
no backpacks.
Yeah, we got to turn the plane around. They forgot to fuel up the jets. That's what happened.
Yeah. Overall, I think like it does happen from time to time. I mean, sorry guys, a little bit of technical difficulties, but don't worry, we'll get it sorted and we'll check the engines for a little bit. Well, which mechanic didn't put their hours into this one?
I think the question is, did they have a mechanic? Is that why we're turning back? They didn't go through the whole checklist?
Hey, we've been to mechanics too recently.
No, I thought we were the observers. Oh, aren't we these helicopters on the sides?
You want to story us about the experiences?
Oh, no, let's not.
Okay, so last night...
I totally forgot about it. Why are you going to spite my anger?
Since we have time to be bought here. So last night, I thought like, you know, we ended on a good day, and then like, I was driving myself back and I thought, hey, I'm really hungry. Let's get myself supper, right? So I parked my car and then like, I had my food. The moment I reversed, like, I don't know, like, you know, in PUBG Mobile, there's those spike traps on the ground.
Speed traps, right?
Yeah, the speed traps. I didn't run into a speed trap, but it felt like one chunk of it. A metal bar was under my tire. It popped. And never mind that, right? Okay, I took some time. I changed the tires out into the spare tire. Locked it in, screwed it in. It's looking good, all right? 5 minutes driving, pop. Another one.
Another one. You know, I actually wish you did run over a speed trap, and then the follow-up...
You wish I did?
Yeah, then the follow-up question would be, who are you running from? Is there a cop chase that's going on?
I'm probably running from you.
Oh, well, whatever it may be, it's definitely a better story than you actually, you know, running into a steel rod.
Speaking of running, somebody's a runner.
Yeah, someone crashed into my car, decided they're not going to pay for the damages. Yeah, I'm not going to let that happen. If you're watching this right now, which you probably don't, based on the age group that, you know, crashed onto me. He's an adult in his probably 50s, but I'm onto you.
Man, don't get too personal. No, don't get too personal. Sure, okay. We're going to roll it back to the game stuff, all right, just to keep you guys entertained for a little bit. So now, PMGC points at stake. And I think amongst that list, there's a reason why I brought up RSG. Like, they're looking good this week, and they're also chasing for that points. They did secure themselves into multiple C finals already, and we hope to see a good end game for them. And looks like we're going to be getting ourselves back on track. Just look how I fixed my tires today.
I get it. I get it. Man, we just had to pull in our personal demons here.
Yeah, rough way to start off our weekend at the very least. But all is well. All is well for now. We got half a minute to go, so we're gonna be looking at a different trajectory of the flight. And I thought that the previous flight itself has ample of opportunities on how it's gonna end up. But let's see if it's gonna be skewed towards a certain direction from this flight onwards. And once again, if you guys are tuning in right now, do us a favor, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button wherever you're watching the PMPL MYSGPH, as this is the 2022 fall, and we're about to fall right into the map of Erangel. It's time to be the one.
That is such a weird opening. We're gonna fall? I thought we just turned back for mechanics to check things out, and now we're about to fall? Okay.
Fall in love. Ready for love.
I didn't see that one coming. Now we got the... No, this is the flight path that we all know and love. It's a GEEK Fam flight path.
I don't love this flight path. What are you talking about?
Hey, I have to love it, man. I said GEEK Fam was gonna probably ace this match, and this is exactly how they got their first chicken dinner over in Erangel, I think. Playing from the hills. Or at least a respectable performance that I thought they had a chicken dinner.
But then again, if you talk about GEEK Fam, they still have to drive themselves upwards into Sugar Pool to still load up. Nobody's going to be contesting into the quart ground because you don't know who's going to be dropping there, though. So I guess teams like, if MUGEN is playing right now, it's hard to reach towards the North Point. Same goes to Sem9.
Actually, it really doesn't matter where the flight path trails. It's the circle. If the circle does circle that area, then okay, sure. My theory stands. But if it doesn't, then, well, I just picked the wrong day to put a good prediction on a good team.
Well, I guess it's going to be all right regardless for teams because traveling time does take a while, and we got ample time in that early game to do so. And looks to us, it's going to be neutralized here. Team Hawk, a little sad, has to cut across the bridge, which is always going to be a risk, but they've always been averting themselves away from all these risks. And we do have a little bit of chase going on. Bosskurr is going to be locking bumper to bumper against the members of Genexus, but none of them have any weapons. They're just going to be honking around. Are they going to just follow each other?
They could.
They're like, okay, followed by welcome to Yasnaya.
I mean, whoever gets the gun first is the one who has the advantage, so they could follow, and it doesn't mean that guarantees their safety in no way or shape or form. Now, this circle looks familiar. It feels like the circle in which Team Hawk got their chicken dinner, right? Smacked up Sansa. And so they might be able to do that again, but GEEK Fam, they put up a big fight during the Sansa circle like this one. Can they do it again and this time seal it off with that chicken dinner, a stamp of 15, 14 kills and the 15 points? Well, I guess we'll have to see how this one turns out, because Dingoz could just put them to a stop here unless Ricky is the one who falls out, which they seem safe with the distance they made.
Well, thankfully this time around he does survive early on inside of Sanhok, who was the first one to be taken out, but there's still bullets hanging on to him. GEEK Fam just always on the ball in every single thing that moves in the map. And they're just basically peppering him through. But for Farang Guerilla, Pochinki being the center point here can give them a good head start, even if they would choose to stay. Now, I want to see two things out of this circle. Either it's going to be a Pochinki City circle or the open fields of Gatka. There's a reason why, because this week itself, we haven't seen that full Gatka battle. Last few seasons, we've always seen the flat ground battle where it's anybody's game because they have to depend on vehicles as bunkers on top of the vehicles as well. Usually you'll need ample smokes to get by.
Oh, I mean, that's a tall order to make sure that, because you don't have control on the utilities you find in a single map. And so to make sure that you have ample of smokes is, you're pretty much leaving it up to RNG there. It's just straight up saying that your solution to this problem is RNG works in your favor and you stumble across a bunch of smokes. But we'll see how things turns out. And there's always a silver lining within these things here. Take a look at the throwables used so far coming out. I guess Yuha and Mika edged that one a little bit with their gameplay in the previous map, just tossing that one down. Meanwhile, headshots still goes to the side of Yuhai. Again, showing why he's such a great pickup for GEEK Fam.
And same could be said about Ricky as well, in between the members of GEEK Fam. Ricky, as much as he was taken down early on, but he's always been tapping heads, and that's the quickest way that you could deteriorate your opponents out there and making things miserable for them, because without a helmet, you could just basically bleed out. And the more times you get knocked out, usually in PUBG Mobile, the faster you bleed. Yeah. So getting helmets, especially in the late game, is going to be really hard. In the early game, sure, you just go in for a restock. Doesn't matter if it's level 1, level 2, you can make good use of it.
Yeah, the faster you bleed, I guess that's sort of a balance patch here, although you're already getting punished for getting knocked down way too frequently. But I guess the devs themselves say sometimes you just have to stay down, stay dead, as you will. Now, Sam9, they haven't had a good run. Just now look like it could have been their game, since they do always drop over the northern side of Hatin in a map like Sanok, but that didn't pave the way they did. And so they can have another redemption arc here, especially with the circle still playing in center. Sam9, traditionally from Severny, although they have changed their path over in New Mansion, they might be able to be still familiar to play this sort of circle out.
Indeed, and Team Secret is moving directly into the midfields of Gatka, as they will land themselves the first dips into the direct center of where they're about to head to. Found themselves a couple of buggy as they're inching closer onto the hills of Pochinki over onto the western side instead. So currently as it stands, everyone's here just hanging out. 64 players still alive. No bumper-to-bumper kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, but take a look at Sam9. They've made an early rotation, already hovering by school. So, well, it seems that class has been cancelled, as 4 rivals are the members that were previously there, just left the entire compound. That's one for Sam9 to probably... Oh, VIP? Are they there?
Doesn't seem so.
I do not see anyone within the vicinity of school right now. Obviously, traditionally, we've seen Crit VIP playing in the area, but right now, it's free education for Sam9.
That's right, and overall, things are just looking better for even Mugen. Now, take a look at this. They're currently placed 15, and they could even give chase to Access Red 1, and the more points that they get, they could still overtake HYVE International. HomeBois, not so hot, but early on in that game in South Sanok, at least, they're inching a little bit closer, although they are still all the way down under. And SMG at least have found their way out here. Now sitting on number 10. We do see Mile to be the sharpest shooter of the squad, other than Drax, dealing 206 damage on average. Good damages here. Some damage will be drawn out eventually. Virgil coming in with an erratic DP spray. The gun already has a lot of recoil on default and on vehicle. I'm not even sure how you're going to land those shots.
It was warning shots at the very least. Also, I just realized why school is up for the taking. Crit VIP is on a semester break. They're not playing this round. And so, Sam9, and that's why maybe they're making a move and advancing into it at this point. So, Sam9 still respecting it though, not taking the actual compound, but that's going to leave Genexus to now populate the area nearby them, DBD. They've got an entire compound of their own, so they will see a more streamlined fairy tale for the time being until Climax does hit.
Rizo is the brand newly introduced player. Well, let me rephrase that. A new player that's being introduced by DBD. While we're not going to be getting the open fields of Gatka this time around, it could perhaps be between Ruins or even Rozak. While we have P90 bring onto the doors, and also with the Scar L, they're going to be able to find one member of GEEK Fam being knocked out as they're trading right back. Long distance shots coming from Dingoz here. Kiddo tries to defend his own teammate, but there's nothing much that can be done. Micah already on the pursuit to gain their happiness. But then again, here comes Yuhai coming in for the save as well. More supplies coming in from Micah just to blind out Dingoz Esports. That grenade will clip onto Snipes yet again. And Kiddo, they're going to go on the push, and they're about to crash right in between the eyes of GEEK Fam.
Well, GEEK Fam, they have to hold their ground here just because I did put their token onto the name. And they have to do me proud. These boys, they have faced many adversities and looking like they're putting up against the pressure really well. They just have to go in with the rebound of the Snipes, but Real, he is just spraying into the blanks, and that might clip, but it doesn't. So GEEK Fam might actually go off with a successful res here, as it's not hitting the mark just yet. And so Snipes may actually see the light of another day, can live to tell the tale, but the fight's not over, so nothing's confirmed just yet. It's Kiddo already inside the compound, but it's GEEK Fam playing on the outside. They know how to take fights on the outside, and that's what makes them a very, very scary team. The nades get tossed on forward, just not clicked onto anyone, but they're in prime position for covers.
He's moving into a flank position by the buggy, and he's going to drop another nade onto Snipes. The third time in a row. He will not get out of this alive. Quickly getting deterred from playing this one out. Dingoz really making a mark right here. Meanwhile, Yuhai does get the clips onto the members of Dingoz. Welding will have him numbered up. With attack team duo pushing right in. Damn there, shredding into the smoke.
Oh my God.
Ate and Micah here to save the day as well. One member left for the side of Dingoz. Ricky wants to finish off the fight. He doesn't care, but he will go in for the revive though. Damn will now be pushing forward. UMP in hand. He's going to be moving right in, and there goes the rest of Dingoz to crap out of the game. And look at the celebration from GEEK Fam.
Is clutching from the grave here, but because it seems like his death is always so purposeful. I remember in one of the Angle map where he clutched at 1v3 against MAB to let GEEK Fam move on further, and his death now allows 3 of those members to still stay alive because Real was positioned so far out, he cannot even come in with supporting fire, and I guess that turned into an advantage, especially after Damrud and another one of his members, Yuhai included, was able to wipe off majority of the front-facing teams.
Yeah, and now more and more of the teams are moving across Ruins as well as the Water Town. Still no fights happening yet, though, over on the other corner. 4 rivals. We saw Jumper wanting to go in for an pan kill. Sorry, Jumper. That has already been claimed much early on. But their predictions remain to be perfect. While Team Secret, they're taking the in-betweens of the sector. We do see a flock of crowd coming in from the eastern side. HomeBois about to collide with the rest of Farang Guerilla once again.
Oh, take a little bit of breather here. As I say that, immediately HomeBois Strix not seeing, well, a day tomorrow, way past tomorrow, because he's already gone down. Past tense, he will become. HomeBois now only Iron Pro and Bard in this one compound. They have another member. There we go. Tams is making a rotation closer, but that is Farang Guerilla's also no pushover. The other Guerilla tactical squad who can very well take fights, knowing that their names, the names of these players are no pushovers.
Iron Pro could be the difference maker here, but it's going to be Bard that will send one member down on his knees. Frankie just limping right by, but the exchanges are coming right back at HomeBois as well. Bravo as well as Stone. We saw what Stone can do back in Sanhok, taking out majority of the players of Crit VIP. But yet again, these two teams are down the gutter, and at least Farang wants to maintain their spot, not to be shoved by HomeBois. And HomeBois, it just feels weird that they're not hitting the mark like they used to.
Not hitting the mark. Well, It's Iron Pro though. I wouldn't think that he's one of those players who has that problem with him. I think maybe their rotations just isn't paying off with them. They have to find a different way to play the game because clearly whatever they're pulling out just doesn't seem to pay off dividends.
Meanwhile, for HYVE International, they're just basically racing the blue. Oh, thanks. I thought that he hit the tree already, but yep, this convoy looking to be quite perfect of a run. But then again, remember this, Circle will be moving into Ruin, so that will also mean that they will be on the opposite side of the sector. It will most likely be clear, sure, but how are you going to get in afterwards is going to be the question, because the likelihood of that Circle moving directly into areas like Watertown requires them to swim over, and it's not going to be easy because there's already so many players across Ruins.
To be honest, if it was HYVE International, if you said they have to swim over, I think they're one of those teams who would take this extra step.
Why is that?
Fires just doesn't seem like a good strategy when they're playing this season, right?
But yesterday they did extremely well. They managed to secure a second place spot back in Miramar as well. And speak of which, exactly the case. HYVE,
they're one of the
sink or swim.
Yeah, they would do this. They would do this. They'll avoid fights if they could.
What if they go to the blue, cut in the Ruins, and okay, never mind. It's too stressful. But 4 Rivals have a net here inside Watertown. Meanwhile, Sem9 gating everybody over South Net.
4 Rivals, meanwhile, a very passive start despite the star-studded lineup here. They'll be looking at no one, but it seems like Axis got themselves into a very, very peculiar position. They will be playing gatekeepers to the likes of some of these teams. And speaking of being gatekeep, it's HYVE who's trying to breach through the bridge, but 2 teams on both sides of the receiving end will be keeping them at bay. That's 4 Rivals and the likes of Bosskurr themselves.
Shots coming from Blanks, trying to tap on the further end. Lying against Asper while he will try to make room for HYVE International to join into the Watertown Hall. And Team Hawk exchanging grenades over on to members of Farang. Backs up his shot, but Camper's holding a DPS. What is he up to from the top side of the church? I'm not too sure if that's a good way to basically be on there, as he's already being clipped. And Malik's he's holding on to that frag. He should be able to get the angles. Instead, Rift secures it.
Ooh, that nade, though, takes 1 member. I think that's Camper. Gets blown up into pieces, standing in places he shouldn't have been in. Meanwhile, Farang Guerilla now finding the opening through this huge window, or you would call it an arc. Entrance into the heavens, they say, as Molix just comes in, spring left, technically. It say goes to Xiaoboy here, trying to defend his member who's currently on his knees. It's Biu on the ground, along with Lungskur himself.
Hiftar still going for the push, though. It's just by the door. He crosses right and immediately gets taken down. You are not welcome right here. Grenade coming from Seed. Might be able to do something, though. Xiaoboy, if they that nade as well, he will secure the kill before reviving his own teammate. 4 members still alive for Genexus. They will not falter.
Great stuff coming in. They did defend themselves here. Did not lose a single member in that push, and that's probably, I don't know if it was a 4-man squad there, but they will secure 2. Meanwhile, crashing in is Bosskurr, already driving amongst the hills. They are playing Hot Wheels at this point, but they will shoot through the smokes. Members there, but Rift coming in with the backup fire from the backhand, takes 2 from Bosskurr. And now Iman, he's not healthy either. Under the crosshair, will get shot down. Rift coming in strong, taking 3 members down already, and 1 more left to fall in the back end, who is going to hit the escape button and get out of there.
Nexus cleans up shop, and Biu will be safe once more. Rip, 1 member here to deter the rest of the squad. Bosskurr is already down for the count, but look at how swift they go at it, though. Susu might just be a little bit of a casualty right there for the team, but he should be revived into this safe haven that they have created for themselves. 7 takedowns coming in for Axis redONE. A really strong round at the very least. Bravo now. Man marks onto Heiko. Mamparang is making sure nobody gets to cross over while they've heard all that ruckus that the Genexus have created. Now, look at that. GEEK fam find their way into the circle without even taking a challenge.
Yeah, you want to know what's great about that? The fact that Genexus will have to push in the circle, and they might do so right next to Sam9, and Sam9's going to get their hands busy despite having a circle. And look, Farang is going to also come in as a sandwich onto Sam9. So Sam9, despite having the compound and being in position, it's going to turn rough for them, seeing as though that they're coming in from all angles. But luckily for the likes of Sam9, it's barren land to play around with for the rest of these teams. So it could still go either way, depending on where these other teams are firing or placing their priorities for the hit list.
Sam9 just have the best position out of all the other teams out there. And just look at Watertown. HYVE International struggling to make ends meet. Still outside, being chipped out by the blue. SMG tries to actually hunt about as well. There's still eye shots in between all of them. HYVE International could not survive, but here comes 4 Rivals dropping a break grenade onto SMG. Just having this little damage to be done here, but Jenny will still be knocked out by Appy. And oh my goodness, the nade does connect coming from Jumper, and they will send one member throughout. 4 Rivals will find those picks. DBLP trading back over the side of Farang, and they will just hide inside the smokes. This is not really the best place to be.
It isn't. I mean, they're playing behind a rock. That's you know, you're scarce. It's what they call scarcity gaming here. You don't have much to play around with.
New organization?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say the organization. But that's all they got to play around with. They can make it work. They have to play a bit passive, but that can be said the same onto 4 Rivals. They have the hill, so they can look to push. Shooting one member down, that's Pamburu. Appy now makes the move into the circle, but Axis, they have an idea. Jumper down on the downside. He tosses the nade, but will it connect though? It will not, and he goes down on the ground in the prone position, saving his skin for the time being. But Pamburu, he's low. He's about to burn down to the blue itself. They're dropping members after members. Only 2 left remaining. They will crawl their way, but can they pull this one off? Only 2 members against the likes of Axis.
Sam9's just basically waiting for them to settle the scores, and every team over the north side has to hurry up. Boki already getting tagged. Appy only has a tick of HP left. There's Susu cooking up the grenades. Axis redONE doesn't seem like they have vehicles to work with as well. And with 8 teams here, HomeBois is also cutting in corners and now currently being the furthest one away. 30 seconds for them to work with right now. Tam tries to spot out the rest of Axis. Meanwhile, Genexus is also from the back, but they won't need to actually worry much. They're just basically playing as if this was Gaka, and how many smokes does DBD still have?
Enough to stay alive, it seems, but Axis, I can't say the same for them. They got shredded on the process to drive on through, and that will be them out at 8th place with 8 kills, so still respectable. But I the earlier because look at the circle. It's closing away from the likes of Sam9, and it is GEEK fam who now occupies center smack dab within the diameters. They can now take control of this place, and Sam9 will be pressured to leave anytime soon. 4 Rivals, 10 kills already, record-breaking score for them, I guess. And now they are under gunfire. They only have 2 members though to play.
Still 7 more teams left alive here. 4 Rivals finally using a little bit more of the utilities to get by. Meanwhile, Appy goes ahead to pick up the board. HomeBois will only have Iron Pro as well as Bard in the vehicle, just trying to book it all out. Genexus now challenges the rest of 7-9, but GEEK fam will also find picks of their own. Harm coming in to secure kills from the back as they take a member out of Farang. And everyone's going in for the full flex battles all throughout the map.
Aloyu, he's going from flank side. GEEK fam Yuhai has to be careful though, because they have eyes towards the likes of GEEK, and they could just spray him down, and that is something GEEK would not want to have slipped away. They're doing a great job right now by getting sprayed from the flanks. As I live and breathe and mentioned, they did take the center of the circle, but they do not have cover to be playing in such a position, and now the car will be blown up. That is 2 for the sacrifice.
And GEEK Fam gets denied. That shot underneath the vehicle from Jimmy OP was something else. And now, great chance for DBD themselves. 3 members stay intact to challenge Sem9 at the very least. Don't have to worry too much about 4 rivals, but then again, they do pack a punch. Boki still crawling on the ground. I don't think Appy will be able to revive him with Iron Pro's presence. And that's Appy out of the game as well. 4 rivals settling out for 4th place. 13 eliminations though, they're just basically emulating what GEEK Fam has done.
Well, I mean, that's the most natural thing to do. If GEEK Fam is out from this entire hierarchy, I would say, or the food chain, then you have to take their place as the Predators. And so Sem9, now this is their chance. They have to make a push onto this circle, which is now currently inhabited by DBD. Like I mentioned, Scarsity Gaming, they just stood there quietly like nice little boys, and now they are paid the rewards of their patience. It's what, as they call it, what was the word here where you get paid in dividends later on?
Well, I'm trying to get to that. Not that great in financing or economics, but then again, I'm just saying the truth, guys. So DBD, they're having the circle skewed towards them. Lo and behold, somehow things are working out, but then again, Sem9 needing to leave those compound and still being the top challenger of this map entirely. Iron Pro could also seek out the rest of Sem9, so it's going to be a 3-way warfare, but MAB has been able to spot Tam out. There's only going to be Iron Pro left. More of those bullets fly right in. MAB will stay in the compound. The rest of Sem9 now chases right in to secure the sector against DBD.
DBD, they can hold. They're not in any position right now. They can go in for the revive, even maybe take a med kit. Eventually, Sem9 plays out in the open, and when the smoke disappears and the air is clear, they can shoot through to their targets here. But they have to make sure they survive the entire stormhole that's being brought up by Sem9. But Manparang is coming from the flank side, and Sem9 again pulling one of these games, one of these maneuvers, trying to bait them out a little bit and maybe come in with a cover fire, but it seems like Sem9 made a little bit of a mistake. They're going up against Impenetrable Fortress, and DBD capitalizing the lead that they have, although all members still alive.
Manparang coming in as well.
But Dev OP coming in from the flank side. 2 members are down, and DBD, they might just slip this one off.
New kid on the block, can he clutch it out though? The rest of the Tigers are already here. Rizo fights it with Manparang, switches the weapon, 12 pulls in the chamber. He goes in, only 0 clip left. He will have to reload. He does get the knockdown though. There's no time left. They will have to push on. Here comes Dev. Dev is still doing it, but here goes Sem9 claiming their chicken dinner at the end of match 2.
My God, Sem9, they definitely threw a hellstorm onto the likes of DBD. They could have weathered it in time. The smokes were still up, and they maintained the pressure. Sem9, they created their opportunity, went in straight, and take one home for themselves. Congratulations, Sem9. The boys with the stripes are back.
And of course, this will be them going absolutely on fire. You saw how they basically hold onto that compound, and even with that shift itself, it's all about setting up. The smokes and Depp taking that huge risky play with the drive-by without anybody in the scene as well. So it's hard to actually get kills by doing so, but at least it opens up room, and later on Manparang comes in from flank. They did it all in tandem so that this chaotic mass will basically confuse the rest of DBD. But we go back into the highlights, we saw this brutal fight that happens across GACTA where Dingoz was taking on GEEK Fam, and eventually GEEK Fam managed to win the trade.
Yeah, I mean, GEEK Fam, this was pretty insane, right? It could have been them that fell out flat, but eventually they came in clutch. And thanks to some of the stunts that were pulled out here, they weathered that storm perfectly, only losing 1 member in that maneuver alone. Meanwhile, Sem9, they were 0 in the kill for the longest of time. They just stood there in their stronghold where the circle closed onto them. And then later on started popping off and, you know, taking fights when it's only necessary. To being territorial. You're not gonna make trouble, but you're just guarding your ground, and eventually when they have to push against DBD, that is when they start turning predators.
Yeah, and Farang definitely had a firing squad going on, but it doesn't seem to be able to stop DBD at all. We saw Axis basically getting quite a number of frags before they were closed out as well. 4 Rivals have to basically fend off against 3 to 4 teams over on the northern side, but still mix it into the top 4. Very great work done by the team overall. And HYVE basically doing HYVE things, man, just running everybody out. It's basically let after let on every single clip, but we've seen those close quarter combat overall looking to be fantastic from the majority of the squad, and even from Rizzo, the new player that showed up for DBD is basically making his presence known.
Here they are up on the board here, the teams to focus. That is the top 4 team, most likely Sam9, DBD, HomeBois, which is very refreshing, seeing as though HomeBois haven't seen the light of day yet in terms of, on week number 2 at the very least, still down in 20th position, and now already 2 matches being played, 3 more left within the day, but we all know realistically there's only 4 per teams. So HomeBois, this is a good sign to maybe flip the table over. They have 10 points. Is that enough to, maybe soar the skies above the likes of MUGEN?
That's right, and MUGEN hasn't been able to play some of these games, so we don't really have to worry too much. Eventually, they'll be able to get by. There's still 3 matches here for them to play out. 22 points in for, of course, the victors of the match. 4 Rivals inching closer with 21 points, and DBD themselves with 20 points. Everyone's so close to each other. He found this time going with a 13-pointer out there. Meanwhile, HomeBois have got that perfect 10er going for them. Axis with 9, 8 for Genexus, 7 for Farang and SMG, as well as Bosskurr with 2.
So at the start of the day, it was Sam9 and Genexus who's right next to each other in 2nd spot and 3rd. Now Sam9 going to skyrocket, increasing that lead. But first, most valuable player, that is Appy. With 8 eliminations, 906 damage, 39% team contribution, 3.3 MVP points, and 130 meters longest elimination distance.
Yeah, this is possibly some of the highest stats by any given player in a single round. 8 elimination points is not easy to do if you're not GEEK fam.
Excluding GEEK fam, then we've got a record here. But take a look, Sam9 now already 2nd place, and 4 Rivals rising to the occasion. Wow. Here they are.
And just take a look at the charts, right? 4 Rivals now at 3rd. Sam9 has pushed their way past the double-digit mark and have joined the triple-digit club. Alongside with GEEK fam, though, there's still a lot of work to be done. But focus on 3rd place to all the way to 6th. That's where we'll see interchanges happening match after match. RSG now pushed all the way down to 6th. They were at 3rd place, and we see even NC will be able to eventually inch back in. Dingoz with 81. Meanwhile, we haven't really catch up with the rest of the board, but we'll be able to catch that later on, though.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, though. HomeBois now not at the bottom. MUGEN now takes that place. So one good game, it was enough to switcheroo that position right there. Now let's take a look at how that winner with a chicken dinner was earned.
1,800 damage being done, and we're talking about 7 eliminations here for the team. Instead of going to Severny, they booked themselves the matching grounds, which gives them a very direct access towards the school hills. And from then onwards, they just move slightly through the left, in between Pochinki as well as school, and that was basically their base being set up. So from that point onwards, it didn't seem like they were getting too much of a challenge overall. So Sam9, they play by the hillside with a little bit more of a split, some of them in the dorms, so that they could basically be on the lookout against teams like Bosskurr, while all of that has been settled with. So they just basically have to play a little bit of a waiting game. Meanwhile, all the other teams over northern side as well as south will eventually take themselves out.
Yeah, they literally just stood there, turtle in, until the moments where they actually needed to strike. Like I mentioned, there was 0 in a kill count for the longest of time here, while everyone's just gunning each other down out in the open fields. So they've got that one running on for them. But GEEK fam, though, impressive feat. They fought a bunch of teams, not 4 Rivals, because I guess they're one of the stronger ones to deal with. They instead made a push straight in the center the moment the circle closes away on Sam9, which would have been a great plan had they know that there were no teams behind them. But you had, members of DBD right there, which actually crippled the defenses of GEEK Fam's plan, trying to play by that small ledge right there.
Yeah, and you could already tell that other teams were so occupied overall, like HomeBois dealing with 4 rivals, and on the other end, DBD was also focused onto 4 rivals at the very same time. So that also allowed a lot more room for Sam9 to eventually run directly towards the direction of DBD. They've already calculated in terms of numbers. DBD is going to be their priority target, and from that sort of angle, we have depth as well as Mamparang. If anybody were to approach them, they could also take them down. This is a bird's eye view where it went down to basically a 1 versus 1, but there was also a little backup that will arrive later on. But Raizo definitely held himself really well, so DBD might just found themselves a wonder kid overall.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We've starting to see them like really pop off, especially yesterday when they were raking in the numbers. I thought at first they got lucky, like sure, because, you know, Sandhawk, they got them the circle, but then they keep just showing to us that time and time again, they can come in with decent firepower, enough to at least secure 5 or more kills in a single match. And it's going to pay off big time for them if they continue this momentum all the way up into potentially even a country final. So we've got more games to play after this one. 2 has been done and dusted. 3 more to look out for. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. We're going to take a quick break, both Contra and I, and we'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
Proses.
Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player?
Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami. Kepulangan Sang Raja untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini
2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022.
redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS, dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin, sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat Sam9 tu, jangan selesa sangat kat Sam9 dengan Ham . Kalau kau tusu nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini. Ini cuba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So korang buat yang terbaik dalam season ni. Okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu. Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah ayah berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati. Aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim Sam9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya, korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula, nama saya kan Kid, kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga. The King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang tak akan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Tak sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang ni, nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku jentik ponsel kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim Semnai, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok game kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10.
Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku aja aku ikut tu. Apa ni? Dia macam binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni? Apa tu bodoh?
Masuk balik. I behind you. You go first.
Okay.
Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man.
Bodoh. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple. Rasa macam kertas tu.
Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Taruh tangan, mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah. Tajam gila, takut.
Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like, I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas.
Okay guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam 2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they start to speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. Doon na nag-push na.
HYVE.
Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, HYVE, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At HYVE Hindi niya kailangan ang mga players ng GEEK.
Malapit GEEK fam. Baka yung secret pala kanina. Pero right now, HYVE goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams, Great VIP, Dingoz, and GEEK fam. HYVE managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. To work this out, it's Kido managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also mummy warriors and guardian beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the golden scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Hey, you've changed. Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We are fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations. Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way.
So change is good, right? Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak. And when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app.
Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today. Yoodo.
You are tuning into the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and my name's Contra. This is Keeve. We're your casters for the entirety of the week. And of course, we want to thank you guys for tuning in. And also, we want to thank everyone who makes this all happen. And we start off with our official smartphone partners, Realme, who's been able to offer us their flagship smartphone, GT Neo 3. And of course, they have so much in store for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't heard us go all about it every single time you see our faces on the screen, then, well, I don't know what else can we do to convince you, but you have to go check this one out, okay? It's the only phone... Okay, that's a bit too much of a claim, saying the only phone. But I'll tell you more about the Realme Neo GT Neo 3 later on, because right now we've got the most damage up on the screen. And my god, for Rivals is #1, which is very rare to see them here, although we know they're capable of that.
Yeah, and this is the perfect time for them to bounce back up in week 2, because there's still ample time in the league for them to reclaim what belongs to them, the championship title that they have been able to do for multiple seasons now. Now we're going to be looking at the most eliminations for the past match. It's going to be Appy with a total of 8, followed by Riv, who was ex-members of 4 Rivals as well, with 5 points and 4 points in for 4 Rivals Loki.
Yeah, it's all green up on the screen here, but moving on to the third map of the day. It is once again another Erangel before we actually shift the tides onto Miramar. So it's one in which, well, Group B will be sitting out, it seems, because now we're going to see the likes of Crit VIP, Tabah NSEA, RSG, and Yoodo Alliance step in as competitors from, you know, the previous Erangel they set out. So this time around, Crit VIP, they're back for school.
That's right, and the teams that are not going to be playing is Dingoz, GEEK Fam, MAB Esports, as well as Team SMG. So there's going to be a couple of territories here being opened up for some of these teams out there. But, you know, last game we see like certain other teams like kind of be all around and not really get all too much being done. It's time to really bounce back up. And DBD, they were so close, yet so far from that dinner.
I like that you said that it's going to open up for some of these teams. Actually, all the Team GEEK Fam's out. There's no GEEK Fam here.
Oh, yeah. The moment I say GEEK Fam, like, GEEK was actually giving me a stare.
Yeah.
You know, like, so, chances are aplenty here, ladies and gentlemen, but here's your chance to watch the virtual concert tonight, because Blackpink is performing in your area and specifically in-game. So log in to PUBG Mobile right now. You can also get Blackpink outfits as well as voice pack. You want to hear Jennie, or you want Rose, if you're a fan of Lalisa, and of course, anyone that you love out there. Just go ahead, support them. You get a constant support, you get to share the ticket, and also so much more.
Yeah, but if you're more on a manly streak, trying to show off a little bit of that toxic masculinity.
A hustler.
KL Gangsta is in it with PUBG Mobile. Of course, we're talking about the voice packs in which you can own. You can own these voice packs. You can finally hear what Shark and Malek sounds like when they are commanding an entire troop here. I assume it's not going to be the most friendly of sounding things, but hey, you're in a battlegrounds. You have to be a little bit stern.
That's right, and on every Wednesday night, you know, other than ladies' nights, which Keith loves to celebrate, when you log in to PUBG Mobile, you'll be able to score big time. You get free chicken dinners. You will be rewarded. You can find out what you will get by just logging in and play with your friends.
And right here is the golden hour, of course, looking at the gold trim Mecha Sanctum set. That one's up for grabs with the Royal Pass M13. Go purchase that one out and start grinding until you have it, because that looks second to none to Star Wars' Clone Troopers.
Well, speaking of Clone Troopers, that will be a good collaboration with Star Wars.
I agree.
Hopefully someday, but then again, you know, like, we leave that aside because it's prediction time, and you should predict too. This time, I'm predicting DBD. They came really close.
Yeah, they did.
Number 2.
They did.
Why not snatch that to become number 1? Because no GEEK Fam on this match.
Exactly. So
anyone can win. DBD sounds good.
This literally is the most important match for every single team. It literally is. And unfortunately for the other teams who share within the Group B segment here, they will always have to meet GEEK Fam. But for the rest of the teams, this is their time to actually go in and get some points onto themselves without actually having firepower from GEEK Fam knocking them out.
You know what's the sad part about this? Everyone's afraid of GEEK Fam. Dingoz MAB Esports team as if they're stuck with them all throughout the
That's my point. And they're what those teams who are not really performing as well.
You saw what happened in Dingoz in the same map.
No, you saw what happened to MAB when they tried to 3v1 snipes. And it's like they can never be apart from each other. And so unfortunate for that one.
Group B, the group of Beth.
Beth? What is Beth?
Group D is usually called the group of death, but I don't know.
They do look like a group of
Macbeth. You take yourself out.
that actually echoes in the sentiment very, very nicely. It seems like, yeah, now that you mention it, man, Group B. Kudos to them.
It's okay. Now that they're out, here is the land of opportunity, and we are about to kick off our next round in Erangel. This is PMPL 2022 MYSGPH. And here
very nice weather right now up on the skies here. We're about to land for departure. Oh wait, we just got a message from Tower 1. We're not allowed to land, but we will drop these passengers over by, well, it seems like cutting through Sosnovka all the way to Severny. So last drop on Severny. If you want to drop off right now, you choose your death wish. No GEEK Fam, so that's the good news.
Well, they will be survivors after all. So we're going to be looking at Tabah NSEA finally moving into Sosnovka military base. So last game, it was only Team HYVE inside the island. Funny enough, these two teams have never battled in the island before. If you notice, like, they tend to find ways to just move on by, uncontested, and if there was any sort of battle, it's just like a 1-for-1 trade, and then they're like, okay, no point carrying on with these kind of fights early game. We're just gonna either too soon and not even make it out into a top 10.
I guess it's also the fact that they never had the chance or the need to actually fight each other, since Circle has never really gone down south, which is weird because last season that's all it always went to. And yeah, so Team HYVE and Tabah NSEA don't really have to fight. Previously, Tabah NSEA wasn't playing, so that also means that Team HYVE had all the entirety of Sosnovka to themselves. And now Circle again going out north-sided, it seems.
Yeah, and this seems very much similar to what we just saw early on, like a glimpse of Gatka, and this time around, they're bringing Kim back into the game in exchange for Ranger, who has been able to play a couple of all these matches. So Kim will be able to at least offer his expertise once again in Erangel. And I wonder if Ranger's going to be swapped back in much later on, because I don't think we've seen him play on any maps of Miramar. Or did we?
No, I remember Kim, but meanwhile, DBD, your prediction seems to get on with a great start, yeah, with the shotgun. Ooh, takes one member down already.
Oh, he almost reached that UMP. He's so unlucky. You saw how many whiffs of those bullets were, but then again, it was an S6 shotgun. Like, yeah, I can forgive him, but like, eye shots is still up in the air. Aren't they supposed to be in town or something?
Well, I needed a scout, it seems, and all that recon is to no avail because, well, DBD, they weren't looking to stay and put. They're just shifting their positions.
iShots is lucky that they are not looking in the skies, because wherever that parachute's going, they could follow. But yeah, I guess that's the first casualty of the game. Quickest first blood for today, at least.
Yeah, and then the tempos just drastically drop after that one, doesn't it? Always the case here. Meanwhile, Nova Remnoya, very uneventful container-filled ground here. It's so hardly I see people taking fights here. Maybe it's a bit too hard, too tough. Seeing as though that playing around containers, you can only go, everything's a 50-50. And so nobody really takes fight there, I believe.
Yeah, containers, always a little bit of a iffy skirmish. But if you do play public games, like people do love Jerjapol, like, it's not just one team that will visit. Probably if the flight path goes there, you see like 6 teams of parachutes just trying to book something out of scraps. Even the warehouses aren't going to give you much. Meanwhile, military base is also going to be the same occasion when you drop into those public lobbies. And at least military base has a lot of other places to hide out, but that reverse horseshoe, I would call it, is the place to go.
What is a reverse horseshoe? Wait. Okay. Let me explain my question. A horseshoe is a U-shaped object. So a reverse horseshoe just means it's U-shaped in the other direction?
It's like an omega sign. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. It's still a U shape, just that it has a little bit on the tip, right? Just a little.
Reverse U, we already have a W.
You're not painting the picture any more clearer here.
It's all about you.
You high, yes, it's all about you high.
Not in this game,
not
by
this
the
game.
way.
Yeah.
Which is
more times than not.
Fresh breath of air inside of the city.
Yeah, this like
this
literally
feels quiet.
This is the make or break moment, right? Like if Sam9 wants to really exponentially increase their lead from the likes of Genexus and 4Rivals, this is the game to do so.
Like 4Rivals really step it up a notch, especially for Pamburu. He's been doing a lot, but Appy was the one that was hitting every target on site with 8 frags. 8 frags in the game. We haven't seen all too much as of late. Throughout the season for Rivals to hit those kind of numbers. That used to be something that's consistent across the board, just like how Voki used to hit big numbers as well when he was back in Axis Red 1. And now 7-9 tries to put the same sort of strategy, but this time around, VIP has Xamzi. Man marking onto Hom, brings him to his knees, and Putra goes down as well. Crypt VIP on the strikes, claiming 2 lives.
Unlucky. We just talked about how if Sam9 wants to increase their lead, this is the game to do so. Well, not happening anytime soon, it seems.
Too fast, not furious, and Depp. He's just going to be waiting on this side, knowing that this school's going to be emptied out because Crit has made very quick loots. And that's basically great adaptation coming out of Crit VIP overall. Now, putting themselves up the charts, currently leading the pack.
I like to see Crit actually play a little bit more on an aggro. There seem to be very super tactical team. They go in, they take compounds, they hold it for as long as they can, maybe get a little pickoffs here and there while holding that compound. But I want to see them actually go a little bit aggro because like the players they have in a roster, they're not scrubs. You know that they've got names for each other. I mean, they've got names for themselves, and XMZ is like one of the top performing player in last season, right?
So, a scrub, like you call them, but are they on the passenger side, try to holler at you?
Wait, what?
I don't want no scrub.
You can't get with the times, bro. I don't think they've listened to the music. They weren't born yet.
Yeah,
the audience wasn't born.
Honestly, this is a team. Remember a couple of seasons ago, they were basically the top contenders during the league time. Then, come grand finals, it didn't look like they were in contention. So, I'm glad that at least Crit VIP, every week that we're seeing them, they are at least coming up with a consistent number that they put themselves somewhere along the in-between, so the first page and the second. So any sort of improvements that they get, it's definitely going to be top 5 at the least.
Well, but it seems that I think XMZ has got an idea. He gave a little bit of warning shot there, but he's being scouted out by Bravo. They might be... Oh my god, he's got a straight shot here onto Razor. He's
not pulling though.
Well, he knows that 2 are in the area, but he's got backup. Surely just pull the trigger. Meanwhile, Genexus Xiaoboy gets one into MUGEN. That's nasty. Died in a very nasty way. So flattered. Places his body with the frag grenade and now trying to go with the 1v1, but the backup was there.
Xiaoboy getting taken now there, but it's not being toasted yet. Meanwhile, Razor getting tagged. Still, Farang was just basically waiting for that perfect strike. They do get one, but not enough. Virgil still at it though. He's got an M249 ready to blow, but Luyu has been able to hit that headshot, and that leaves Ham 10K is driving by. MUGEN will now have to fight for ranking points.
Like I said, man, I'm impressed.
What's chasing? He's not giving way.
MUGEN's trying to get points onto their name. It just so happened that they're up against Genexus, which is one of the fiercest teams to go up against. Right now, their history is just insanely good, coming in from the previous season with the rebuff. They're on the good books, that's for sure.
Yeah, and they really strike like lightning. You saw like the moment that the cam pans onto Genexus, bam, the guy on top, absolutely gone,
splatted to smithereens.
And with the same exact circle, okay, maybe this is something new for Genexus at the very least, right? So last round, it was around where VIP as well as some of the players of Farang were standing by. I don't think it will land on the same spot, but if it's going to be anything around it, Ruins is a good call.
The Ruins?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see fights take on place there because you don't see that sort of scenario often. And so I do want to see that happen. However, if it does shift into the same way, they also have to factor in the fact that Sam9, they're not a 4-man squad anymore, and GEEK Fam is gone. So even if it does close similarly, I think we're going to have a totally different outcome.
That's right, and Hey Noob, driving right by with a convoy. And what do you think are the chances to close into Pochinki? Because I took a look at the circle again. I think we might get ourselves that city warfare that we're desiring throughout this week itself. We haven't had the plenty. It's always in between terrains. Team Hawk chasing other people off. HYVE International have been able to make it safely, but they're over on the southeastern side of the corner. They're going to go in long exchanges against Hawk. And remember what happened back in Sanhok? I think that they're furious about it. If they do know it's Hawk, man, HYVE is going to full send it.
Oh, man. I mean, HYVE, they've did a couple of upsets. I remember in Miramar, they did come out like top 3 position, 5 kills across the board. And there was one game where it was the best run HYVE could ever got. It was top 2 with 8 kills, I think. I'll have to re-look into the numbers, but HYVE is starting to come online as this tournament progressed. Unfortunately, it's week 2 already. However, they're still not down and out from the counters yet. It's the midway point, and they started coming online fairly early with at least 2 more days left.
That's right. And at least securing a top 10 position will be vital for the team, because you need to at least make it to the top 16 if you want to play the grand finals. So we're still weeks away, and even if it doesn't work out, you don't want to be at the bottom at 20, because 20 doesn't reward any points.
True.
19 at least gets 1.
True.
Which, you know, it's been some tough days out there, especially with GEEK Fam basically eating everybody else's chicken. So,
which makes things a bit more competitive because from number 2 all the way down to 16 still very doable.
Yeah, but other than that, there's also teams like Sam9, Genexus, and now with DBD also popping off, like, at least it's equally distributed between the upper echelon, I would say. But
because, like, if you take a look at, like, 2nd place onwards, right? Well, what you're pointing at?
The map?
The circle? Yeah, Team Secret on the hills of Gatka. Now, this is something I think is going to bite them in the back, though, because I don't think they realize that Genexus is right there by Hospital, and they can look to make the push
Look
as well.
at that great migration. Everybody is driving next to each other right now. Nobody's going to open fire, or are they?
See, Team Secret's going to know that it's going to shift this way, because you can kind of understand, like, in the first circle, to where teams would make their entry. And so when it drags onto their end, they would be looking one direction, but Genexus is coming in from behind.
That's right. And speaking of which, maybe they will light up the world like nobody else.
I knew you heard that. You caught that one.
Yeah, and I just have to do it to you, Mr. Radio DJ. Crit VIP, trying to stop the rest of Yoodo Alliance from securing this compound. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance should be safe on the lower end of the hill, but this is one tough place to defend, though. Like, it's only one shack. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance also getting gate grab. 1-2 members, all Vulture. Adeklu tries to go over a drop shot, but does not connect it. And it's Monix to save the day, but here comes Rapper Boy with a wraparound. Yoodo Alliance still doing a lot of damage.
Oh, that drive-by was literally just to buy time here, just so he doesn't go in with the revive, and now they can look to make that one sealed the deal. You don't need a single shot from that one. Just obliterate all evidence. It's blood splat all across this cabin. It's Cabin in the Woods, part 2.
I'll confess I haven't watched that movie, but sounds like I have to right now. Does it feature Yoodo Alliance members out there as a cast? Like?
It should. This is trailer right now.
Oh boy. And Crit VIP. They're the ones watching a movie. They're the ones out there like,
what happened?
God damn. Not dealing with this. Not at all.
One way to send a message across. You know that Crit is probably going to touch, not getting close with a 10-foot pole.
But if they were to crash into the compound, it's like, hey, we're going to make it part 2, but you're the ones that will be shattered instead.
Well, that could be right here, right now.
Part two?
Already charging up the nade, though. He's cooking things up.
Genexus.
Yeah, Axis Genexus. Even rings to it. Even they should have a movie of their own. Riff. Toss one forward. Doesn't clip onto anyone. Surely he's got eyes. He saws the rotation. Riff has an idea. He tossed behind the truck.
Should get one, though.
Ooh, chip damage.
Luyu just dodges it in time. Boo now trying to find angles through the windows, but that's one more lob grenade. Only clipping in for a little percentage of his health left. Hey Noob, he knows this compound very well. Same goes to Riv. There was a chicken dinner that was won by 2 of these members previously, and Circle still belongs to Team Secret. Doesn't matter who else is fighting. This is going to be the Kings of the Hill laughing their way to bank. But 4Rival says they want more as well. Axis finds one. Got a perfect spray down coming out of Rift.
4Rivals look like they might contest Team Secret up on a hill soon enough, but I guess the highlight isn't over because Genexus Genexus still going at it with each other. The nade.
Whoa, trade back.
Balanced that one now. Rift is now on the ground. It's a 3v3 situation here. They can still turn the tides, especially with the pickup onto Loyu and backup coming in.
Bosskurr getting stopped on his track. He was trying to go in for a flank, but it's going to be Stem 9 with Deb stealing that point away from Axis Rate 1. So here comes the rest of Crit VIP, trying to take the foothill instead, challenging the likes of Team Secret, and Kid has already got his eyes on all members. But then again, they lose sight. It's really hard to navigate their way through with those terrains out there. Arrow 10 gets a refract onto Heikel, and that clutch match will happen. Heikel gets bombed out while 4th row attempts to flush them all out, but Axis, they're about to take down the rest of Genexus, selling the score. Only Luyu left inside of the shed.
Yeah, they're trading bodies right now. Luyu, he's going in with the reset here. Rift still healthy, but still down to a 1v1, and I think he's kind of got an idea on where the Rift positioning is, but right now, 50-50 situation, but the fire will surely burn his mates to hell. However, he's low, and he's looking to make the push here. Rift, he's got eyes, he saw the body, and it's gonna end it in the body bag right in the dumpster itself, taken out.
And at the same time, we have both Genexus as well as HYVE International going out, but not without a fight. 3 points claimed by HYVE International as they take on Team HYVE, and we saw what happened to Genexus. I felt like that was a compound that was really hard to be won from that angle, and Axis played it out to perfection, and they will carry on with at least 3 members out there, but they only secured 2 because there were other teams like 7-9 that have been able to puncture their way through with a third-party attempt.
And now the king of the hills begins. Crit VIP Insomnus shoots down against HomeBois. The boys who haven't really had a good time might be sent home, hence the name. But 4Rivals has got their plate filled as well. But the great spread, widespread they have to control this part of the mountains, it's going to be tough to break up against unless... Oh, Bosskurr.
What?
Has got troubles right behind his tail. Yoodo Alliance, he's trying to play it very sneakily, staying on the inside, pops out the weasel. Tries to be creative, but gets shot down in the process.
A for effort. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, can he fight back against Yoodo Alliance? He knows he couldn't. with those sort of smokes, maybe there is a chance if we were to left that door wide open and just swing at them. But speaking of which, Crit VIP having Bebang, landing great shots over on the corner of where Axis redONE is currently standing. And Crit VIP, this could also be their prime time here. If Team Secret does not interrupt them on this hot pursuit, they're basically stopping Semnai, Axis, as well as some members of DBD, so long as they remain right here. And as much as Tom and the rest of HomeBois look like they're in a good position, they're actually not, because they're not on the high ground, they're on the foothill as well.
Yeah, Team Secret still has the highest of grounds to play around with. They can even peer down and take the rest of the members of HomeBois. He saw the smokes. He's got an idea. RSG, though, that one's out in a blank. I don't think they're noticed on this positioning. But now HomeBois on the back end, they have Axis, Crit VIP to come in with some cover fires as well. Surely Team Hawk got eliminated at third place. Although good effort, but Crit VIP, they will maintain this status quo for the time being.
Indeed, they will. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA somehow have been able to hang on the outskirts. Will reposition themselves just in time that Echo couldn't really clip the grenade. And they're still figuring their way out. Like, it definitely sucks to be in their current position when they have to deal with DBD. Let's see, my prediction doesn't seem like it's going to be ending all too well, but DBD could definitely change things and still prove me right. Appy now finds Yoodo Alliance and will take out Repo Boy. Leo, though, on that lower ground, he doesn't seem like he has much resources. They're both inside the blue. Oh, boy.
I don't think he's going to make it. Is he?
Yoodo Alliance, I don't think so.
He's going to make it. Oh, he's got
really
the heal.
hard.
Yeah, but he's got the heal up. All right, let's look at the heal, but now we're getting tabbed down.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Team Secret from the high side. Hey, Noob takes out Bebang, although they're coming in from the low ground. Kajang Susu securing that kill. Eye shots onto HomeBois as well. 4 rivals now finding themselves in a sticky situation. Only 2 kills so far. Appy, he's got eyes, but he's right behind RSG. And look, it's coming from the far side, but he actually spots Lookout. So they're not going to be caught off guard here, but Team Secret still reigns on the very upper echelon of this playfield.
RSG had shown us tremendous effort to stay alive with 4 members and somehow make their way directly into the circle. And it's going to be Crit VIP finds some members of DBD. And DBD, they have 4 members. They just get crushed. Beautiful grenade, though we didn't really get to have a glimpse of it. Deb should be able to be revived by Manparang right now. 3 points only for Semnai. Not as high as we thought of them to be, but Brian, this is the wonder kid of the block that will see Luke suppressing from now on his knees. 4 rivals only down with Appy that stays alive, and I don't think that there is any opportunities that he could even save his teammates. So RSG, they're out for the hunt.
They're trying their very best here, but Team Secret still has all the advantage. Takes that look. And maybe can even come in as a third party under the rest of the members of 4 rival. I say the rest and 1 left remaining. He will have his eyes instead on the potential threat that is RSG.
Wow.
Takes him down as well. Let's kill him. Oh my god, Fredo. He might be the in-game leader now, but he still kept his shot despite bringing in the new bloods who could shoot well. Well, extra gun power, firepower onto your side is never a bad thing. And as I say that, one of the shooters from 4 rival, actually that's the entire team being put to a halt.
As the king of the hill battle continues, there's going to be Semnai trying to push upwards, and it's going to be Manparang there that knows the direction where to pop this one. A little bit of an oversight, but Deb goes in for a challenge. Razor stuck in between 2 members. Semnai will be able to close it out against Crit VIP for eliminations for the team. And there goes Semnai dominating, finding 5 kills for themselves. Same goes to Team Secret. Now still pressuring onto RSG. Though they did get those knocks, they haven't been able to stop RSG on their tracks. RSG will keep themselves 4 members strong. Rex hunting out for Riv, who's only by the tree. Tags after tags. And Dap, was a little bit surprised.
He sees them. He sees Team Secret though.
I'm pretty sure it's a sound cue from his footsteps that's like, oh crap, someone's behind me.
It was way far, but still he saw the jiggle heads coming out from Team Secret, although not a clear shot to make, but Sem9, they're pressured in unfavorable situation. Axis is going to spot them out real soon. And so they've got too much to work around with, but luckily for them, he will spot Axis out first, sends in on the information, but the blue is also pushing them in. And so they are just on a timer right now as they burn down either the blue zone or get shredded out with bullets, but someone gets knocked out. Team Secret, that's Kid.
That's
down on the
2
ground.
members.
Yeah, they only have 1 member, iShots, left to try and clutch it for the likes of Team Secret. They can't go down this way. It's a little bit anticlimactic.
And now suddenly the tides have turned. Axis also do stand a chance here. It's really down to how this circle closes out. If it goes through the direction of RNG, and it makes things much easier for them. Brian coming with another big clip. And MAB is already out. Sem9 will be finished off at 4th place, 6 eliminations. And now down to RSG versus Axis. Secret, they dropped the ball pretty hard on this one. And now both ends here will collide. RSG does have the circle, but they're hunting uphill.
Oh yeah, it's now King of the Hills here. They're all positioning themselves, echoing each other. However, RSG has the manpower, but that doesn't mean anything when you're playing the hillside gunfire sort of style, sort of speak here. But Rift makes the push on forward. I think that's one thing RSG would not have expected. Oh, Nate!
Oh, Nate!
Actually right next to Rift. Rift takes a lot of damage, half HP to be exact. We'll have to hold down a little bit, but man, the nades keep on coming. Rift, it will not have a great time. He does take off the heal.
Quite the daredevil, I must say. Usually you would just pull back and just not cook up the grenade. He just basically sidesteps it ever so slightly. He could have been hit with a little nade, and it's Ray Bryant there that finds a member out of Axis, forces Genexus to find a revival, but that buys time, and their shots over onto them. RSG now, big advantage, only 1 member left.
It's done for already. Axis, they have lost all their legs, only with a vessel without limbs. Kacang Susu, he is going to be a bean sprout at this point, and he's going to just give himself onto the blue, denying the points from RSG, giving himself a little pat on the back. I robbed them around 1 point at the very least.
But it won't be denied any longer, though. RSG still comes up on top here. And this is another chicken dinner in the bag here in week 2 for RSG. And we have all 4 members that stay intact. Like the early game, we didn't even see how RSG had made their way directly into the circle. Later, we're going to have a recap to see how did they swiftly get into the middle of that circle. And you saw everybody was battling on top of the hill. They stood there quietly until they were ready to strike. And I think they have executed to the best level of play, and that was perfection to RSG.
Yeah, I mean, for a team who traditionally drops all the way down to Milta, for them to actually make a rotation and find themselves at the back end or the northern side of the hills of Gatka means that they must have traveled a lot to make this one happen, and it did, and it paid off itself with a handsome price. And well, let's just take a look at some of the highlights here. DBD had a great start from the get-go, taking out 1 member of Team Secret. Also, Crit VIP, they taken out as members of Sem9, but this was where all Hail Mary play came in. 1 nade to do them all off. Farang Guerilla instantly booted into the lobby.
That was the play right there. Like, Yoodo Alliance just absolutely shattered them to bits. And of course, Genexus this time also getting shut out by members of Axis Red 1, which we saw them make their way into top 2, and that was basically the dices of plays. And after that, somehow they've been able to strike gold by the end of it, or should we say silver, because they didn't have the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's very impressive for Axis, right? They still have 3 members after going up against an Axis like that. So I guess this is where the importance of confirming a kill comes in. However, if you do empty your chamber on already a wounded player, then that's not really a smart move as well. So Axis, they made it this far. It wasn't an easy feat for them as well, but this was where everything, turned the tide onto each other when the circle closed down onto RSG actually. And so Team Secret had to leave their comfort zone and expose themselves into harm's way, and RSG just takes out crucial pick off one after another.
Let's take a look at some of all these utility usage as well as travel distance. Out of all the teams, 7-9 as well as RSG were the ones that moved along the map the most as compared to both Axis as well as Team Secret. Because Team Secret, well, they were close by the whole time. They dropped nearby Gatka, and RSG waste no time by the blue zone. Meanwhile, Axis, you saw how far they were, so they have to tank a little bit of damage, and despite that, makes their way to the top 2. So for that, Axis is 1 point behind the champions of this matchup, RSG, and Sem9 on third place.
Yeah, despite a very shaky start for Sem9, this is relatively good. We saw 2 members getting taken out by Crit VIP from the get-go, and for them to still be in a top 3 position, 16 points with 6 eliminations, playing with 2 members. Sure, it's not GEEK fam, but it is still impressive for them to hold out that long. Look at Team Secret, they've got 4 members up in play on the top hill, and still 6 eliminations for them.
That's right, and overall, without GEEK fam, so many of these teams find themselves in really great positioning overall. Maybe some may not be on the same level of play where they have some of these challenges of their own, but the MVP that we've been waiting to see is Riv now popping out there for Axis Esports Club. And we see 5 elimination points and a total of 869 damage coming out as he acquired 3.7 MVP points. So, hooray!
Yeah, I mean, Rith has always been a sharp shooter from the likes of previously 4 rivals. But when he disappeared, I guess that's where most of the mojo went to as well. So Rith will now instead carry the banner of Axis and, well, do damage from their end. But RSG now moves up the ranks into the top 3 position. Genexus finds their way, drifting 2 slots behind the Sem9.
And we see Genexus getting pushed down alongside with 4 rivals who also brought multiple points out there. These 2 have joined the club of the triple-digit gang. And, well, why I say gang? Because we got KL gangsters all around. So, over on to the 6th place all the way out to 10th, we got DBD, NC, Dingoz, as well as Team Secret. And on 10th, we got MAB. So, Crit VIP, although they remain stagnant, you can see that there might be interchanges because Bosskurr as well as Yoodo Alliance from 11 as well as 12 are about to also make shifts happen.
Yeah, I mean, anyone from the second bracket is just one chicken dinner away from overtaking another, right? Because I think, although they probably need to do more to breach into the first draft, in the end of the day, it's a 3-week run, and you want to end up this week, or the very least, or every week with the best chance you have possible, which means if you're still in the second bracket, you want to be on top of some people in which you still have hopes to actually overtake. Be it as it may, right? Never give up on it.
That's right, and things are just about to get spicier here because we have already got Erangel done and dusted, and when it comes down to spicy stuff, it's best when it's hot, you know. This is how we're going to roll throughout this whole day, and I believe that we're also going to be speaking to some of the players later on, but there's also the recap that you guys should also take a look how RSG have claimed this chicken dinner because it's absolutely impressive. We thought Team Secret would have actually dominated the entire hill, but RSG has a better spread, and I want to take a look at that formation again. Although there was a couple of pin downs coming out of Team Secret that has hit onto RSG, look at how fast they recover. I think like this is perfect call on their end, and it's just massive teamwork all across.
It's also being patient, right? Because RSG, they had every reason to shoot the teams that were fighting each other. There was HomeBois, there was Crit VIP, there was also Axis in that area, which, you know, Axis also, because only had 2 members there, they played it passive. RSG held quite the discipline as well, making sure that every fights that were happening, they were not involved, not exposing their position, and so they don't lose any unnecessary members. And so when it comes down to the last 3 teams, that's when they start getting the pick off, and when the circle closed onto them, they know that it's bound to happen. People have to leave.
That's true, and when everybody else were battling on the other side of the hill, they're the ones who just basically get withered down. Instead, RSG, I think they found themselves that perfect climate to hold it in. And speaking of which, we're about to get an interview here with some of the players. So let's see who we're going to get.
Yeah, we are live right now for an interview with the champions. That is RSG with Kim representing his entire boys in blue and white up on the mic. What's up, buddy?
I'm doing good. What about everybody here? What about you guys?
Doing great as well. We enjoy watching you guys claim that chicken dinner. Well, you guys were on that lower end of the hill, battling everyone else, and you guys closed it out. And we saw you guys were also knocked down a couple of times out there. And tell me, how were the comms like? Like, was it like erratic, chaotic, or like everyone's like super chill about it?
On that moment where everybody like me, or was that time was me and Luke, everybody the comms at that time was not really erratic. Everybody was chill because we know we are not being pressured by teams from top side. There's only one threat that time, which is Forevers, and we know that time there were less number, so we're pretty chill.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so I also was scrolling on my Facebook for a little bit. You were posting yesterday, it's like somebody stopped GEEK fam, right? And you guys are the ones that have been able to do it in Miramar. And on top of that, like, I'm pretty sure that feels great. And this time GEEK fam is not around, but later on you guys are gonna meet again in Miramar. How you guys feeling about it? You guys prepared? And like, yeah, but like, tell us your thoughts. Like, what's the aim overall, at least by the end of this week?
Our aim is to get as high point as possible, and there's still a lot of games, so I'm pretty sure we can, if we do well, we can catch up to GEEK fam, you know. And regarding my post, you know, I see that a lot of Malaysian teams are not punishing GEEK fam, so you know,
you guys have to be the one.
It had to be said. You gotta stop someone who's that good. So
if nobody else gotta do it, so we have to do it.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. He's taking responsibilities. Now, Malaysians, RSG are the ones to do it. He claimed it right here. So I just want to pick your brain a little bit, right? During that last few match, before the circle even closed onto you guys by the foothills of the Gatka, who made the decision not to actually push high ground against Team Secret? Why didn't RSG try and push high ground against Team Secret, knowing that there are people on top? Is that a bit too risky, or is that a tactical play?
It's risky and also tactical at the same time, because at that time we have ground, we have circle when the circle shifted, and the top side, like the people on top of the hill, they have to come to us, they have to come down. That's why we were just holding our ground, and we have good ground control that time. And also, if you want to push high ground on that time, it's gonna be like we have a little bit less more advantage compared to the people on top of the hill. That's why.
All right, great insight overall, and of course, Kim, you guys are not only fighting to get great position overall on this week. There's also PMGC points that you guys are chasing, and you guys are in a really healthy state, and things are improving. We hope to see even more chicken dinners to come. There's still more matches to go. We don't want to hold you back. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview.
Thank you for interviewing me. All right. GG RSG.
GG RSG. Let's go.
Well, they said it best. They're out here to beat GEEK fam. No one else is willing to do it, but they're stepping up to the plate and making it their personal vendetta.
Yeah, and after all, RSG has been there, done that. They've been to sea as the champions of Malaysia previously, and they're about to set another record here. And let's take a look once again. How did RSG, the boys from Milta, make their way into the top hills? Well, I can't really say the top hills.
The northern side of Gatka.
The foothill of Mount Gatka.
Yeah, so if you notice, like you said, this M9 and RSG traveled the most. They technically jumped down in the same, what's that, longitude, latitude? Because M9 goes over to Mansion, Shelter, Prison, and then they are in Milta. So that's why you see the travel distance that both of them take. But this way it gets tricky, right? They found themselves coming from the northern side of the foothill of Gatka, so they had to make some sort of a rotation to go on through. I didn't really scout them out here, but did they make cross onto the other side?
This is where we have to find out, because majority of the teams were already in the circle, and it's great that RSG, they take the late rotation, and yes, you are right, because they took the northern approach, they took the bridge over onto the sniper's nest, and that's where they also get a look into ruins if they want to pick some fights. But even if they don't, like what Kim just said, the biggest competitor for them in this matchup wasn't exactly Team Secret. because they were busy over on the south side. It was 4 rivals that was marking onto them the whole time.
This was my actual question to him, right? Like, before he knew that the circle was closing onto them, like, what made the decision of not pushing upwards? Because it could still go either way, right? And, you know, pushing up against high ground is hard, so I figured
got
that
the answer.
they might want to... No, he made the answer after he closed down onto them.
Yeah, and...
So there's a difference there, right?
and just like what Kim mentioned, like, this is that sort of intel that they have. They know 4 rivals won't be able to match them because they have the numbers to book out. Happy, sure, he might have actually caused a little bit disruption, but then again, he can be settled. And once they do, you see, once Team Secret shoots onto RSG, it also draws the attention of Axis, and it triggers that three-way battle between them, Sem9, as well as Axis. So it also opens up those free-range shots for RSG to eventually pick on if they need to, and then eventually round up the rest of the competition. Just look at this formation. They send Luke right in. They've already docked Rift, so there's nothing to worry about because Axis will have Kachasusu cornered up, and eventually they give way to the blue zone.
Yeah, just denying that point. So whatever you can do from beyond the graves itself, kudos though to Axis and the rest of RSG. They're here to take points, and they did so while GEEK fam is busy being absent, it seemed, from this round. But that will be, every single teams only have one excuse in a map in a single day, which means the rest of this day here we are going to have GEEK fam playing on board. It's going to be a tough one, but first, things that you have to know, Realme and a brand new gaming flagship. It's called the Realme GT Neo 3, which brings you their brand new dual chipset, MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. Okay, it's going to bring you more power efficiency, more immersive experience, and a seamless gameplay. So if you're big on games, like we are, and that's why we talk about it almost exclusively every day for the next week, I guess, and, well, the rest of the cast is, why don't you just get yourself a hand on these and tell me how it goes?
That's right, and also, remember, you could also switch over to Yoodo today, and when you do that, you don't have to worry about data because you can play PUBG Mobile for absolutely free. No extra charges, no hassle, no hidden fees, and all these kind of stuff that, you know, can plague your bills from every single month if you're on other telcos. I'm like,
whoa, 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 whoa.
Because Yoodo's that awesome.
Because you do it better.
Yeah, you do it better.
But you know what's better though? TikTok, the invention of TikToks. There's a lot of different contents on it, and now esports is going to be a niche category on the platform with especially PUBG Mobile coming on board. So if you're Malaysian, PUBG Mobile MY official, that's the page you should follow. Or if you're Singaporean, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg. Or if you're from the Pacific Islanders of Philippines, PUBG Mobile official PH. Or if you just don't discriminate, just follow all PUBG Mobile platforms out there. So we're going to get into the next 2 games of the day. It's going to be on Miramar. But before we get into it, a quick break from us. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall Contra. Keith, we'll see you in about 5 minutes or so. Bye-bye.
Proses!
Yo! Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player?
Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami kepulangan Sang Raja untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini
2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022.
Be the one.
Tak ya, Mel.
Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni? Apa lu?
Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dulu lah. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku aja, aku ikut tu.
Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni?
Apa tu bodoh? Masuk balik. I behind you. You go first.
Okay.
Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Bodoh. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni. Pan.
Terus
Snack. Buah apple.
Rasa macam kertas kot.
Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke? Ada ni glove. Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah. Tajam gila, takut.
Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like, I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas.
Okay guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam 2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens. Ryumi, Dare to Leap.
Welcome back to the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. It's your boys here, Contra and GEEK. And you know, I'm excited for this because Miramar has always been a great battle till the very end. And now we're gonna have GEEK fan back in on track. So they took their dinner break, and now Group B will be back in action. And on top of that, of course, you guys tuning in have a lot to be rewarded while you guys play PUBG Mobile and also tune into all the amazing things happening outside of the game as well. Other than the PMPL, there's also the watch parties as well as PMCT going on. It'll be visiting a town near you. And this weekend, you can drop by to Johor to join the rest of the community So with that being said, of course, let's bring it back up to the game because we got to check out some of the stats from the previous game.
Yeah, Axe is definitely looking very, very strong here. 9 kills, 2,117 damage. Although RSG got the chicken dinner, you could see how passively they were. Like I mentioned, that's why they didn't take the risk. They're playing it super tactically, playing on a low ground, only taking the pick-off they needed. And it's reflected only 797 throughout all 4 barrels and from RSG, but they got 7 kills, so efficient at best. Take a look at the most damage dished out from these individual players.
And we got Rift there doing a lot of damage out there, fighting off against the Genexus and Juan get themselves into a top 2 scenario, fighting out teams like Sem9 and DBD. So far, Hit has gotten himself in second place with 700 over damage. Sem9 Dep on third place with 600. Now, we speak about GEEK Fam. Yes, they are back now. A, B, C, D will be playing for this group.
Which means Sem9 is not going to see the light of day. 4 Rivals as well. Unfortunate because 4 Rivals is super strong on Miramar. Farang Guerilla and HYVE International will only get the chance to play Miramar on the next map. But first, looking at A, B, C, D, these are the contenders at hand here. And now Team SMG, MAB, and maybe even Dingoz looking to pull some points in onto their side, seeing as though they're matched up with one of the gods here, GEEK Fam.
That's right, and we got Sem9 who has done the most destruction throughout the maps of Miramar. GEEK Fam honestly coming up pretty close out there, but Dingoz does have quite a significant ranking points to match up to Sem9. It's just that when it comes down to elimination points, that's where most of the teams will defer. 4 Rivals chasing in, so Dingoz still on the third place here. I'm still rooting for them, but another team that I've been looking out for, RSG. So they're on an absolute roll. We've been saying this since yesterday, and they just got themselves that chicken dinner. We haven't seen any back-to-back going on for today. This back-to-back can happen.
Second to GEEK Fam, I guess, when you say you're on the roll. Yeah, RSG is definitely out there, but then again, they did make it their point to be the ones who stopped GEEK Fam, so that's why they're a bit more motivated than the rest of them. But this is motivation right off the bat here. Bramble Overlord set. Okay, get this very, very, like, I guess, heart-charmed filled glass hearts, whatever you like to call it. It looks pretty rosy to me, so it's rosy to you, and it looks like a great suit to have. Look at them glowing eyes. That's how you send a message while shooting in the dark.
That's right. You don't want to stare him down for sure in those matches, but you could do that to your opponents out there when you wear this suit. Now, this is what I was talking about. You can join us at the PMPL and PNCT watch party on ground, and this week we're dropping by Johor, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of all these PUBG Mobile community out there that it's time for you guys to hang out, enjoy some games together, and win some prizes out there. You can even get that KL Gangster voice pack by just dropping by.
Yeah, you get free voice packs, right? Because it's a Malaysian initiative, then why not just celebrate it with the Malaysians themselves? Now, who do we think is going to get the chicken this time around? First Miramar of the day, and of course, he's riding off the momentum that is RSG. And here I am going with Tabah NSEA, just because I think that this team has been snoozed on this week, but they're still very formidable. There's a reason why Tabah NSEA and GEEK Fam are representative of Malaysia in an upcoming Asian Games.
That's right, and I guess that's a valid reason. I did vote for them much earlier this week, and yeah, they came pretty close. Tabah NSEA still is that sort of team that honestly doesn't need a chicken dinner to get to where they need to be. That's also how they qualified for the SEA Games previously, right?
Yeah, so it's been consistent, like GEEK Fam and Tabah NSEA, and if these two teams can honestly dance with each other toe-to-toe, which means, on hindsight, Tabah NSEA isn't really far off from the likes of GEEK Fam, and GEEK Fam is already way up there, so there's talent. I think they're hiding a little bit of things here.
That's true, and we're about to see it's going to be another circle by Montenegro or over on the top end of Power Grid. This will give advantage to the top 4 teams that we were talking about, you know, the drill. But 4 Rivals, of course, sits this one out, so perhaps Dingoz really does stand a chance to chase in terms of those scores that they've been setting here inside of Miramar. Not forgetting GEEK Fam as well as Sem9 for sure. But I was talking about RSG. We saw Minas Generalis on how that fight went out. So it's time again to see who will be the one to take home the chicken dinner here in Miramar Match 4.
Yeah, Miramar is one of those matches where towards the end it gets superly intense, but in the early, it feels like a spot for conversations to begin. We're just pulling one out of thin air. Like right now. Okay, well, let's start off with that. The flight path that cuts down. This feels like day one flight path, to be honest. And, well, Tabah NSEA, the team I voted, is going to be happy because Valdemar is very accessible.
Yeah, it could still end up anywhere, to be honest. Like, the other time we had this similar flight path, we went into La Corberia. It wasn't all too long ago when that happened. And if it were to play on the south side, I think it's also a little bit of a Tetris territory to play out. Because we've seen time and time again, especially around those hills of Chumatera, La Reala, Minas del Val, you need to book out some of all these high ground very early, and there is honestly not much room. There was also instances where we see on other parts of the map, when, especially the one at La Corberia, right? Like, when you do have valleys in between, the ones on the bottom are the ones that suffer.
Yeah, of course. It's always the game plan, right? I mean, the king of the hills, playing whatever advantage you can get. However, though, we've seen how teams can turn the tide even in like sticky situations, and maybe GEEK Fam is one of those teams who might emerge as such that way. But the circle did close towards the, well, the district of Los Leones and La Bendita itself. A huge chunk of it, well, I'd say about 20% water, but it's less likely going to close onto water, if anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams out here over on the eastern side, so it's not going to be that tame of an Impala. And RSG starting off pretty strong from the game that they left off from. Rex immediately secures himself a Thompson and the Mini 14 setup. So interesting. He could basically stick with his weaponry if he wants to. On an average, we've seen Luke, who have joined them since the past season, to really have step up the gameplay. Now on the average, he does get at least a takedown per game, which is something that we can all respect with. SMG, hope not to be caught out here. We see two other teams inside of Los Leones. I wonder who could that be? It seems like it's Dingoz on the far north.
Well, if it is, then well, it's going to be a rough one, I guess. They're going to have to share a little bit. It just so happens if it is Dingoz, then you're taking out members from Group B again. It just seems like Group B is out there to kill themselves, to kill each other. It's a gang-on-gang violence. It used to be traditionally Team Hawk, the ones who's crashing onto people when it comes to Miramar, but this time leaving it uncontested. Axis, though, Leto finds himself alone. Quite the nomad or a sole survivor here. Trying to loot his way as a greedy elf.
Yeah, but then again, is he greedy, though? If he's just going out in the open and he's just going to snatch that vehicle out there. Actually, I want to ask you this. Do everybody drop in with car keys? Because they seem like they are like Grand Theft Autos. Like they can start any engine as they desire.
Don't be ridiculous.
Or are the car keys already in the car?
Don't be ridiculous. They left the car keys there. It's Miramar. No one's that heartless to leave a car by the road and not leave the keys on the inside.
Leaving a car key in the car. Oh, it seems like there's a switcher coming in for VIP. Who did they bring on?
Oh.
We'll find out.
I see Insomnus. I see Rin.
Oh.
It's Kin. Yeah.
Oh, brand new name. That's what we love to see. And they switch it out with Bebeng, who's going to be taking a little bit of a break.
Oh, HYVE.
Oh.
They're in the same area. HYVE in your... Oh, no, they're not.
Almost the same logo.
Yeah.
Kind of the same
Got me
colors.
for a second there, and then I realized, wait,
they're not
HYVE
in this game. You missed them that much?
Miss them. I haven't seen enough of them. I need to see them step up here. Got me by surprise there. Hey, meanwhile, Xiaoboy just, well, doing Xiaoboy things. Taking up all the loots. But aside is Genexus.
He's just like Contra.
Yeah. What?
Like, because he's small boy, but he's not that small. Contra is like... Nah, I'm not going to get there.
I thought Contra came from contraband, like you're illegal or something.
No. Everyone thinks that my name came from that HO video game. No.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, that was the budget version of this.
Budget version.
You shoot one way and that's it. You shoot up and down and left and right. That's it. Maybe verticals. That was an impressive thing. Like, it could register 2 directions at the same time.
I heard they remade that game though. Like, but then again, like it's nothing. I mean, like this one's more amazing, where you shoot anything that's moving, except your teammates.
That happens sometimes.
You can do
with
bomb around
nades.
against your own teammates though.
Meanwhile, Damru taking a hefty amount of damage. How ever did that happen?
Fall damage. They like to jump. Don't you remember?
Yeah, it seems like Yuhai is the only one who gets away with it. He knows the nooks and crannies. This guy has really been studying the map to the letter.
Speaking of nooks and crannies, oh, this is the cave for MAB to loot out from. Nobody has been playing around this region, and you know what they say about tigers, you know? This is their den. So...
Wait, what? No, lions have den. Tigers don't.
They don't have dens?
Of course they don't. They're a solitary animal. They're not like lions who work
It's
pride.
funny how they say, like, lions are the king of the jungle, but they're in safaris most of the time. You don't find one in the jungle, right?
I mean, if you find one, you probably didn't live enough to maybe tell people about it.
Well, I've seen a lot of tame ones, but those are, I don't know how do they just domesticate some of all these wildlings out there. But then again, you know, like, maybe we have misjudged some of their character, you know.
I don't know where we're leading with this, to be honest. I'm sorry.
We got time. We've got time. No first blood going on right now.
I was trying to like connect the dots here. I'm like,
Tell me your favorite animal then.
Okay. Hippopotamus.
So, because they're hip.
That and they're both aggressive and scary on land as they are in water, and they're a moving tank.
The thing is, like, they kind of look cute. Have you seen those baby hippos? Like, they look adorable.
I do, but I also see the research and statistics. They have the most kill count on a single land mammal.
And even crocodiles are afraid of them.
Exactly.
Right? Oh boy, I think that Brian's on the hunt again. And what did I tell you about the streak? They hit onto Crit, immediately snaps the trigger and crosshair onto Razor. But Crit should be able to at least go in for some exchanges, some supplementary smokes for Examzi. It's a little bit of a dire situation. Insomnia's at least covering fire, trying to look for the angles, but Brian knows where exactly to dodge. So at least that keeps Brian at bay, and he's not going to be able to peek back at Examzi, but Kim, he wants to chime in as well. A little bit further down distance.
Oh.
And the angles are kind of the same. Okay, Razor quickly moves in with the Murado, but RSG kind of done here. They don't really have to do more, but they want to.
Yeah, they're expanding so much utilities. Surely you just call it quits. You've done enough. You held them back. They expanded so much smoke, but they want to get the kill shot, though. Pushed in. Brian is well within vicinity. They hear footsteps at this point, but here they are again. Negated, I guess he realized after the Molotovs, you know what, it ain't worth it.
Yeah, they want to take the risk in these open plains. Crit should have known better, because this territory of Minas Generales have always been compromised by RSG from the get-go. Always a danger zone to drive by. And at least understanding that. Oh, shots fired directly onto the hit and body of Brian. That will at least warn them to hold back.
Well, they'll live to fight another day here, but Crit VIP, although they didn't lose a single member, they've got serious economical damage here. Now, look at Razor. He barely have any nades to play around with, and I think a lot. How many smokes was deployed? At least 3 to 4.
Yeah, very much so. Geek Fam on the blue zone, though, taking their sweet time to get into the circle. But at the very least, Hacienda will be opened up. They could just take the highway and nothing's going to go wrong. But any further down, they'll bundle up with Crit VIP, RSG, as well as Team Secret. The circle will move back into a much central area instead of diving into the Impala section. And therefore, most of the teams don't really have to move too much. So far, DBD has been able to set records inside of Miramar as well. the chicken dinner is still not within grasp. Surprisingly enough, many a times in the top 4.
Oh, they did get a chicken dinner yesterday. I believe that was Sunhawk. Yeah, I think that was the only one.
Yeah,
you're
but
right.
in Miramar though, like, it's not like they're struggling, but like they don't know how to close matches.
But take a look at the nature of all their chicken matches, right? They're usually inside a compound, a circle closed onto them, and just shot out straight. So they're not like too accustomed to taking like external warfare.
So it's basically discipline and pure defense for the team that you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Pure defense.
But then again, like DBD, they do have ample firepower and ammunition to work with. Usually, Dingoz though, it's kind of like a mixed bag. Like some days they choose to prioritize on positioning and then play it out. Some days they like to sweep by the edges, and this time taking long range pot shots. Tabah NSEA, because still going out and about, just reaching the edge of the southwind end of the map. And we're already reaching 11 minutes, and you got more stories, Keith. Can we get to the first blood?
Let's go down the alphabet and pick an animal forever.
A, B, C, D, E, forget you. Forget I ever ask.
Well, welcome to Miramar, boys. It's a long stretch safari, does it? You get what you paid for. It's a bit of a long drawn fight, but again, just to quote Contra, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. But we just have to wait it and stick it through until it actually gets tough for the rest of them. Right now, they're just squeezing through willy-nilly. I'm not really squeezing.
Yeah, wise man once told me that nothing's gonna happen in the beninging.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I got the reference. Yeah. Not sure if they still remember it. You know, it seems like 2022 attention spans are less than goldfishes now.
Yeah.
4.3 seconds, I think.
4.3 seconds. Who's counting?
I don't know. That on average.
What did you say?
Wait, did we talk about hippos? Well.
Oh yeah. What did you say? My attention span got lost.
Oh brother.
It's a long day, but hey, at least you guys are here with us. Still hanging on, guys. Did we not scare you?
There's just no way we can salvage this. Well, HYVE. He's here, taking damage, but look at the circle. The Bandita. What do you call that? The lip of Bandita? They're like...
It's another crater, man. Does it look like a lip to you? It looks like a big pimple.
No, what do you call it? See, when you have a glass, what do you call the edge of the glass?
The edge of a glass. Shards.
Oh, no.
That's the mic drop right there. But oh my, Genexus now getting shredded by. It was BuBu that takes the damage out there, immediately pulls out the bandages. But it shouldn't be too much of trouble. Meanwhile, this fight will come in from 3 different directions. As Team Secret will lose 1 vehicle. And Team Hawk has the advantage against both of them. But speaking of which, they're already in the circle. They're just by the corners of Bandita. And Genexus, they're just turning back, blow for blow. Eyes aim. Early on in the previous match, got taken out very, very early on. Now popping back with a lot of damage to just hunt out Genexus. But everyone's playing by a distance, so it's just going to be a little bit more of utility usage that they have to be finding ways to last out, because everyone's holding like, what, 2 to 3 first aid kit. You don't want to immediately go for it, and therefore you can see that they're just relying on boosters, strings, bandages, and not use things like a med kit.
Yeah, but think of the rewards though. If you need to use a med kit to go for the push, then so be it. And you know, you make me even loop more, but I guess it's a far stretch. They're far out, and if they were to take a buggy, which is already piping out smoke, that's just a death wish. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA, the team in which I think are sleeping giants right now, already by the outskirts of the crater of La Bandita, or at least nearby. Not exactly the lip point in which we've seen Genexus play before. Ooh, camper.
Steady.
For a guy who's named Rush, he's really taking his time.
Yeah. a no rusher inside of Miramar. Except for this guy, of course. So, is he gonna pull the trigger or not? I was waiting for that perfect lineup with a headshot, but yeah, he's just gonna wait for them to stand still, which won't be the case. Yoodo Alliance just coming neck and neck against a team right underneath them. Could even smell them from here, probably. Not sure. I mean, it's a long day. Maybe some may not have showered yet. Lame jokes from Contra.
Where's the Oasis?
Can you imagine?
I see the
I'm not
Oasis.
sure if you've been overseas to a place like desert. I wonder how the air is going to be like.
It's really dry. Dry air. It's not humid like Malaysia.
So you've been to one?
Yeah, I've dropped by in like Abu Dhabi before.
Abu Dhabi. Oh, actually, think of it. I was in Dubai, but only in the airport.
Yeah. So, same thing. Same here. I was on transit, right? Oh, well, hold on.
Oh, boy.
DBD shooting down, not connecting the hits. We'll have to immediately take shelter as more of the members of Team Hawk bypasses them. Well, did not pay the toll fee to get by, but maybe Zully will have his brothers all checked out here.
Oh, boy,
actually
Zully.
fell in from the back end side. It's Team Secret. Zane takes one down. Maybe has eyes against the other member. And that will be the end of the regression towards Team Hawk.
Team Secret still has to circle with them inside of the middle of Vendita. But then again, this isn't going to be a firing squad coming out of DBD on the other side over the south, north side. Their team lying in wait, ready to pounce. DBD still has to revive Jimmy LP though. So they have climbed downwards from that crater because there's still multiple angles from other kills that they'd have to be concerned about. Back to Rush. Still holding on to that sniper. Perhaps he's the one who pulls that trigger to get that knock. And now we're hoping to see whether or not they'll be able to actually land some of all these taps yet again. The Genexus are about to land some strikes as well. And it's also interesting that inside La Bandita there's like a plane crash out there. Wonder when exactly that happened, but you know, we'll put it aside. Hopefully that everything seems to be safe and sound for Team Secret. Meanwhile, everybody's battling over in the corners. And to my surprise, 17 minutes of play, only one player dropped out of his match.
Which is exactly why we shouldn't need to apologize for talking about hippos, guys. Yeah, just recognize here, only one player is going after 17 minutes. You understand how this goes.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I don't really like the position of Team Secret right now. Like, they have one scenario where it works for them, if the circle closes onto them. Otherwise, they're in the bowl pit. Everyone from the edge can shoot down upon them. They have to push uphill. It's just a rough situation.
So is it
in.
the bowl or plate? Bowl plate, you say?
No, I call it a lip, like the lip of the glass or a mug, you know?
Lip of a glass
I
of a
don't
mug?
know, okay? I can't brain English right now.
Oh, holding you to that though. MUGEN, double knock coming in from Outboy. Perfect spray down. Will break the vehicle as well and find that kill underneath the vehicle. Pixel perfect shots coming out.
Oh.
Virgil coming out with a couple of smokes. Punctures a tire. Nowhere for MUGEN to go. They're stranded yet again. And it's going to be NC here just being battered out by the rest of Team Hawk. Michael also setting up his tracks as well. DBD also on pursuit. Somehow, everybody's getting shot out of nowhere. And they're just dropping like flies. It's no longer going to be quiet from here on.
Well, they are, I guess, yeah, out for the count. But meanwhile, MAB, though, they've got a decent hack kills onto the members of GEEK. All three down on the knees. Damroot, can he clutch this one out? Snipes has done it before, but he's going in for the revive. Maybe this can just turn the tides. We've seen how GEEK play their way out of such sticky situation before, and it seems like they might do that one again. My God, can somebody stop them?
MAB wants to redeem themselves. That 1v3 clutch that Smash pulled out. Big Bam is already out, and they have done it. It's Maki there that shuts them off. And here goes Team Secret going to push against Genexus. And Genexus already have secured one in the back. Training both up blow. Boo Boo is still crawling inside of smoke. Shots now holding on to the grenade. Shots being fired. They are clipping onto Fredo. Luyu with a UMP. And the grenade will land. Shots tossed it well. PMPL 1 HP left. PMPL has to survive. But Shots cooks another one up. It's not going to land. Long holding it back while BB tries to heal up. Another Molotov being tossed underneath, and oh my goodness, these teams, they're not bowing out just yet. Aizen now pushes forward. He's looking for Bosskurr.
Long is just making an exit, which is the biggest mistake he could make, because now they have the opportunity. But Jimmy from the far end, tank in the blue, will take members of Team Secret as well. And the zone is closing off, but they managed to save at least another member, playing it as a duo from here on out. But Genexus, that was a bit of a rough engagement here. Could have gone their way, but it didn't, and it turned sour very fast.
Could've, would've, should've, and Genexus bows out. Predator holding himself into a safe area while Heiko's also getting attacked from the outskirts. Jimmy OP, oh my word, he gets a shot, but he's gonna be in trouble though. DBD will eventually sit this one out, but not without holding Team Hawk back. Team Secret somehow still survives, saved by the bell. They have to thank DBD for that.
Yeah, but look at the board. Who else is up there? RSG looking to make it a double chicken dinner, most likely here. All 4 members alive, 4 kills already in the bag. Sure, there's still about 11 teams left to play, but man, the circle is already on its 5th level here. MAB to join in the ranks of the deceased.
And there we go. RSG still having all their members still intact. Can't really see them from here, but Jenny, he's hoping to tank this one out. He can't exactly walk right in. Team Secret trying to book it with the convoy. There's still Ricky on board. And Ricky, the man to watch. The rest of Dingoz over on the south side. Crit VIP on the lower end of the hill, directly to the left of Team Secret. That grenade will land onto iShots. A perfect toss, not even looking at the direction. And Insamis will try to hunt out for RSG from above. M249 can't stretch them out, but Razor trades back.
Razor gets a crucial pickoff here now, but he is still well inside the shed. He has to hold out for his teammates here, but he will. Takes another member to Secret, but man, Fredo, he's running down his low HP. Will they spot him out first? It seems that Razor is not looking to peek, but him healing here seems like a bad idea. They do recognize that. Member's getting shot down surely. He sees the head and he goes in for the shoot. That is Team Secret taken out.
Wow, quick tap, Examzi. The moment that he got revived, he says, I'm not gonna heal up. I'm just gonna fight this like the man I am. Oh, Heiko gets run over. It's the first vehicle kill that we have. And it's Kiddo just basically stalling on him. Poor guy, he had to suffer the blue zone.
Yeah, he did it in such a slow fashion too. Crit VIP, 8 kills.
He's like,
Dingo.
beep, beep.
The Rebirth again, 7 kills for their name, but RSG looking like the bigger titan here. They've been in slumber for the longest of time, and now when they have awakened, they will have all the manpower, all the utilities to fight against with, and Axis now gunning down the likes of HomeBois, being shot in the smokes. Blind shot for now, but it seems like they do have a rough idea of where each other are.
They need to toss grenades if they really want to take down RSG, though. RSG basically bunkers down by the haystacks while Riff gets another one in the back, gets the head of Trix. Riff with the knock, and the rest of HomeBois trying to cut across the street, and RSG is also dropping nades after nades at them. And there goes Hey Noob. 1 member left for inside of Axis Red 1, and it will be closed out as well. Now in the top 6 scenario, we still have RSG. Rev tries to burn it to the ground, and it's still HomeBois that will stop Axis Red 1.
HomeBois, again, looking like they might have a chance to be at least in a top 3 position. This is good for them. They've already seen themselves above MUGEN. They can even move up the ranks further here and secure maybe a total overall point. But they will go out in 5th place, but still decent with 5 kills. That should elevate their position here. But Dingoz, up against Yoodo Alliance. Helton clutched that one out with a sliver of HP. Not dead just yet. Is trying to pull a miracle, and it is RSG Rax that takes him out eventually. 4th place, 3 eliminations.
Oh, this one's in between RSG as well as Dingoz, though. There should be good revivals coming out, and like I predicted, RSG does so well inside of Miramar. And oh, they're about to drive right in. They don't really care about Crit VIP, because this is the one that they really want to take down. But look, gets tagged. Examzi still keeping the hopes and dreams alive for Crit VIP, though. Ate now has to hold the high ground. Kim also getting shredded as well. Crit VIP, are they even watching this? Razor, they do, and they pick onto Brian instead.
They're playing on the outskirts though. They know they're gonna just try and play for top 2 position. Hopefully that the second team falls down here. Another team falls down before they do, because there's no way they're trying to make into circle here.
There's no angle for Kim.
Yeah, and RSG, they're dropping like flies. One member left, but XMZ coming in from flank side. They might actually turn this one around, especially with Rack's still alive. Now it's only one member. 2 actually from the side of Dingoz and Crit VIP. It's a 2v2. The chances for a chicken dinner is there.
It's imminent right now, and they're about to drop right in. Tag team duo here, Examsia as well as Razor. One of the oldest teammates that have been working in tandem since the very first season of PMPL. Now 3 versus 2, and we saw how close it was. 9 points in for RSG, dropping at 3rd place. If they survive, they would have been able to challenge. And there we go, perfect spray down coming from Kiddo, make it a 1-man unit for Crit VIP, and they've already spotted him out. That will be the closure that we get. Dingoz Esports will get this one in the bag.
The boys are back. They mentioned that they are out of trajectory and now they're trying to get back in here, but it seems like 12 kills with a chicken dinner is quite a hefty sum, and it's great to see a smile being put onto Ricky's face. My God, they are barking hard.
That's right, and mine, Dingoz, man, they definitely deserve all the limelight right here. The way that they fought tooth and nail to get this chicken dinner. And on top of that, we saw these 3 teams, Crit, Dingoz, as well as RSG. They dictate that trifecta of that circle and anybody that was trying to move against them. And they just basically blow them out. So far, that fight between Team Secret as well as Crit VIP was so close, but Dingoz, they held on in such a terrain which is almost unplayable, and somehow they made it work.
Well, I mean, the gradient was there. I think RSG, despite playing the passive match, they made it onto the top 3, which is still very commendable. They got a hefty amount of kills. They just tried to push upwards onto Dingoz, but backstab at the likes of VIP as well, Crit VIP. So it was a tall order to ask from the likes of RSG, but they made it work the best they could. Let's take a look at some of these highlights.
Well, I just want to brag for a little bit. Some of these predictions I had today, although not in the right order, has gotten chicken dinners. I predicted Dingoz, RSG, they got it in the bag.
It doesn't work that way.
It still worked out for me. Okay, carry on with the highlights, right? And we're talking about fights. Team Secret took plenty of it, and they went on against Genexus. Even Genexus was doing so much damage, but couldn't seem to be able to at least make it out alive. And we saw everyone was bagging on hopes that it will be on top of that crater, but overall, when it swerves out, everyone's out there in the open and it's basically free real estate. Everybody just have to make claims. And RSG honestly did a lot of work over in the north. Meanwhile, Dingoz challenged every other team one after another, and it's just the battle between these 3 titans.
Yeah, I mean, they are titans indeed, and if I would say so and go further ahead and say these are sleeping giants, because they're not like usually on top of, besides RSG, who's awakened much sooner than the likes of Dingoz and Crit VIP, but here they are. It feels like forever since we've seen their names across the board.
Well, it didn't seem that much like forever. Even back in Erangel, they did manage to secure close to top 6 or top 5. We have to recall on that. And Yoodo Alliance still making it into the top 4. And this time around, 27 points have been garnered by Dingoz Esports themselves, Crit VIP with 21, and RSG with 19. And majority of all these difference is actually coming out of ranking points. Sure, when Dingoz eliminated some of these guys, they make it into 12, because Crit as well as RSG, they tie with 9.
Yeah, that they did, but it's also given the fact that RSG, they just had to play patiently. Crit VIP had to go through, well, the entire gutter, nearly even getting shot down from Team Secret. RSG was in perfectly good position, and they were just peeking out from wherever they were at.
It took like, what, 17 minutes before we really get real action in this match. And then when it happens, kaboom! Teams just get blown up, and one of the names that we may have actually missed out on pointing out too much was Ate. We saw some of all these amazing shots coming out from him as he does 833 damage overall, and this is what we really want to look at.
Yep, 1 foot across the board here, going up one level. Dingoz now finds themselves in the top 4 position. RSG now in 2nd place, actually bypassing the Tiger Sem9. Inching closer towards GEEK Fam. However, I think they're not even playing to beat GEEK Fam at this point. They're just playing for 2nd place onwards.
Well, it's better than nothing at the very least. RSG, all they have to do is hold on to this current form that they have because they are basically Terminators at this point. Dingoz now moves up ahead, pushing Genexus down. Same goes to 4 Rivals as well, DVD. And it's great to see Crit VIP now moving into the top 9.
Yeah, GEEK Fam got definitely outclassed here of getting pinned down by MAB themselves, but they did have still overall about 124 kills. At 2nd place, RSG had 48. Yeah, you go figure.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough hill for some of these teams to climb, but overall, let's go in for the recap because, sorry, my hiccups are coming to me. So, with that being said, of course, they started off with Los Lunas, which we first saw them trying to navigate their way. There was also SMG in the city, and somehow they've been able to be unchallenged. They actually got really early dips inside of Bandita.
And we've seen how these sort of circle goes, right? First movers always get a certain advantage. You know, you have 2 members already smack dab in the center, 2 more playing on the outskirts. So anyone in between is going to get shredded. But if it does hard shifts anywhere else, at least it's not too hard of the move to make. But it does close further into the region here. And Dingoz, they just press on forward. Meanwhile, RSG playing from the outskirts. MAB, they made it onto GEEK side, right? So they actually pressed GEEK on that point. Otherwise, Crit VIP would have been in heaps of trouble.
That's the creative plane. No, actually, no. It is. Okay.
That's pretty much functional, man. That looks like it hasn't, collected dust. It's shiny.
That's true. That's true. It was a big cap package. But what I really wanted to point out was this fight here by the spine of that crater, where it was Genexus versus Team Secret. After that was settled, the Nexus or Team Secret had to run into Crit VIP. And how Crit ended up on that position was relatively interesting because we first saw them trying to challenge RSG by Minas, and then they went to Junkyard and somehow ended up into the crater instead. And RSG decides, okay, we'll move into the middle of the street instead, and that's where they find HomeBois. There was also Axis on the far corner, which they managed to take down as well. Once that settled in, that's where RSG decide a really risky play. Push upwards against Dingoz, which didn't really end up in their favor. And that actually creates the situation where Crit has that opening space to crawl up to Dingoz. If the exam lead wasn't taken out, there might be a fighting chance.
Yeah, plus it's also Crit who came in from the flank side and take out the members of RSG being smacked them in an open. But I guess I can't blame RSG for that. For them, it's like, they're right in front of us. I don't know where Crit VIP or any other of these teams are, but I know that's probably a maximum of like 3 teams left in a map, and I'm going to just push on straight. So they went and tried to do damage, but they got flanked. It's just all part and parcel of the game. So Crit VIP capitalizing the lack thereof, knowing that they only had 2 members. They play the snake in the grass, I guess. But congratulations still, nevertheless, to the team who walks out with the chicken dinner. It is Dingoz, heavily rewarded, and we're going down to the last Miramar map of the evening. But first, a quick break. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. My name is Keith. This is Contra. We'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na. Yuhai. Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng
Malapit, GEEK Fam. Saka yung Team Secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams, Great VIP, Dingoz, and GEEK. OUI managed to pin down Imsomnus. Imsomnus is now out of the question to work this out. It's Kido, managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
Neo Speed Awakens. Ryumi, Dare to Leap.
Welcome back once again to the 2022 PMPL MYSG Fall Split. And of course, my name's Contra, and this is Keeve. And of course, we're not splitting here. We're going to be together for the whole weekend. And the same goes to you guys here. And what brings us all together is everyone that has made all of this possible. We definitely do thank are the organizers as well as our sponsors and partners for making all of this possible. We start off here by thanking Realme as they are our official smartphone partners. As you can check out the brand new GT Neo 3. It comes with the dual chip gaming level flagship chipset, and it's the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G that will give you guys an immersive experience, whatever game you play, especially PUBG Mobile. So let's dive into some of the stats before we get into a final match. What do we have here, Keith?
We have, well, whatever went down, but all less exciting, all in statistics and numbers, and that is 57 total eliminations, 7,189 total heal points, 66 knockout, well, 11 headshots. I think that's pretty impressive. Up to 23 total rescues and 273 throwables used by RSG Kim. They came in with the furthest distance, nearly 300 meters out. Now, this is the most eliminations, though. Comes out Razor hard carrying the likes of Crit VIP. That could have been detrimental for them, especially within that shed, but Razor clutched things out. And it's Yoodo coming in, 7 kills by one man and 4 for Ate himself.
Man, I wonder if he actually has a Harley Davidson. Man, that's a sick jersey out there. Woo. By the way, it's on sale right now, and you can also check out the rest of the team jerseys as well. Give your love and support for all the teams. And speaking of the teams now,
what is this product placement you're doing? They're paying you for this, man?
They're not paying me anything. I wish they were, man. If they're paying me, I won't be sitting here right now. Anyways, Group B, C, D, E will play, so Group A will take a break. So with that being said, no HomeBois, Team Secret, Team Bosskurr, as well as Team Hawk. Everyone on your screen will be playing for the final match. And guess what? We're going to see whether or not will there be even more splatter across the map, because early game, I think
when
some of you guys
17 minutes.
Some of you guys may have snoozed, some of you guys have tuned into.
Some of you guys learned knowledge about hippos, and hey, anything learned is a good thing.
But now, did you know there's a lot of great offers out there, just like this Bramble Overlord set. Look at how cool it is.
I was waiting for a description on how cool it is. I was waiting. Well, it's got hearts, diamond hearts, but flipped upside down to make it look a little bit more manly. All across his chest and shoulders and kneecaps as well. So if you want to rock yourself some rubies, this one you might want to get for yourself.
Blood diamonds, maybe.
There's rubies, it's red. The diamonds are clear.
Blood diamonds.
Oh.
Okay, actually, true.
That makes sense.
I mean, actually, diamond comes in many different forms. Like, there's also black diamond. Have you heard of that?
I have.
It's one of the rarest diamonds on Earth.
What about a pink diamond?
Pink diamond, too.
Pink Panther.
Exactly.
Okay, who's going to get the winner of the chicken dinner for this last match of the day? And you went with Sem9. I'm going with GEEK. My justification being, think about it. Yesterday.
You've guessed twice already.
No,
you wanted to win that
but hear me out.
Do they need more?
GEEK fam, do not walk away with empty-handed after a bad game. Remember Sandhawk yesterday? They were taking out 0 elimination. They came in 3 games after that with an average of 14 kills.
Okay.
They were out by MAB, 0 eliminations. Just now, they're coming back to bite.
Okay, fair point. Same can be said about Sem9. Okay, so we have one of the top dogs out there in the form of Dingoz Esports that have gotten that chicken dinner back inside of Miramar, and we're still looking for that King of the Miramar title, because it's a little bit blurry right now because Dingoz now has a lot more points. So currently, if we later on look into teams to watch, the top 4 teams might have actually switched in terms of position.
True.
So that's it. Where does it place them? Because GEEK fam was like on number 2, Sem9 was on number 1, and I'm a stats guy, right? Stats sometimes don't lie, and I voted for Dingoz early on. They did win, but on a different map. I did vote for RSG. They came in 2nd.
It doesn't count.
Oh, sorry.
It's like putting things on black, and you know, eventually one of the good teams that you've picked out there is going to get chicken.
At least like my ratios are good.
Now that Group A isn't here, right? I guess I gotta give it a shout out. Team Hawk, they gave me this kurta, they call it. Look at that pocket design. Now that's product placement right there. They didn't pay me to do it.
Come on.
But hey,
where's mine?
I never owned like a kurta before.
Did you ask for one for me?
I think they sent one for everyone.
Except me.
Did you give him your size when he texted you, or did you ghost him?
They did text me.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they
didn't
did.
get it.
Everyone got it. The Malay side, Circle Out, Choo Choo. Wait, Choo Choo wears a kurta. Or maybe she took your kurta. I don't know.
Maybe. I'm a little sad about it right now. You have to flex it to me.
Oh.
Okay, I guess I have to ring somebody up. You know who it is.
Hey, hi man. What's the dealio, man?
Yeah. Anyways, that aside, of course, Miramar is the playground for our final match of the evening. As always, for the weekdays, and then weekend. We're about to get into Saturday and Sunday. Are you excited for Livik though?
To be honest, no. I hate change. I'm one of those grumpy old mans. I don't like change. I hate change. Can't we all just stick to the same thing?
Boomer
it worked.
mentality.
It worked.
Okay, Boomer. Don't worry about it. We'll stick to the usual then. 20 seconds to fly. You're even younger than I am. Come on, Keith.
No,
you're better than this.
I like changes that improves things, not make things more complicated.
I wish there were changes like give me clothes for a change. And anyways,
see, you're a millennial. You're salty about it.
Okay, it's time to be the one again. It's PMPL MYSGPH 2022 Fall with Keith and Contra.
Which animal shall we pick off the alphabet this time around?
We were talking on diamonds early on, so okay. If you get to pick, okay, I feel like diamonds are so overrated.
Diamonds are forever now.
That's what the people that have marketed.
No, that was a song from BMTH. I see you're not an OG.
I listen to BMTH, sure, but like there's also so many other songs that says diamonds are girl's best friend and all these yada yada. Like there are a lot more precious materials out there.
Yeah.
On Earth, and sometimes.
You know what's precious?
Me.
Well, I would say you're very precious because when you die and then like a million years from now, you're going to convert that into like fossil fuel, and that's a good thing. We could use more of fossil fuel.
I At least I'm useful, that I know.
Everyone's useful even after they're dead, you know?
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Good to know.
Anyways, like same goes to PUBG Mobile, right? I mean, they don't be dead. I mean, like they get sent to a box, but overall, this flight path cuts on from the northeastern side all the way to the southwest. But usually, when a team loses a member, especially when they lose their captain, they get to still communicate in the team, and that's how they remain to stay vigilant. But this circle moves up over the north side, so comms have to be extremely effective so that these teams really get by safely. And this time around, I think the citizens of Los Leones are about to duke out.
Oh, well, they've got someone to address here. SMG, they're not alone in these compound. Might want to actually find the culprits on the inside. It's Yoodo Alliance. I think that's Helton I saw for a brief second there. So honestly, if you were to put them head to head, I would almost say Yoodo Alliance because they're just on a better spree this week. But it looks like Helton alone against the rest of SMG. Surely they're probably not going to crash, but if they were to happen, I could see that turning sour.
This time around, they're switching Grax for Shin and putting Shinzi out of the game as he takes an early rest, while Sem9 still have Adepts slowly floating into the match. But I really want to talk about this lineup for SMG because Shinzi, he's been, ever since he joined the team, he seems to be the mainstay for quite a while, and to my surprise, Manparang will be playing on Miramar. Talk about boomer hands, right?
They should swap that, you know? Green goes in, red goes out.
Yeah.
Good news, bad news. You know, we're associated with that one. Red just means you're banned. In most cases, most understand.
I wouldn't say that. I mean,
no, color language, right? Like that's why you stop at a red sign. Like you know, it's a warning.
Is that why Manchester United is not moving up those spots?
He said it. Manchester fans, go shoot him down.
But Liverpool's doing good. Okay, football aside, and speaking of Liverpool, right? There was a collaboration with PUBG Mobile before, where you could basically have skins like Salah or even Mane, all the good players of Liverpool. Still not a fan.
But now you got something better. You got Malik and Shark, you know.
Malik and Shark.
Yeah.
What's next? Baby Shark?
No, that was a KL Gangster thing, which you butchered it now with
I
the Baby
know.
Shark.
I know they are KL Gangster, but like, yeah, they're rugged, they're cool and all, but sometimes like, I feel like PUBG Mobile offers so much. There's also the Blackpink side of things where
Yeah, that's the only do we're gonna hear here. Not Baby Shark,
hit
but
you with that. Actually, it makes sense now when you basically pull off like M4 and.
say it in the chat, guys. If you need me to kill him and end his life right now, drop it down in the comment
strong
section.
words, my friend. Strong words. Hold it back.
Well, obviously, if you add an emoji,
we settle the scores after this.
If you add an emoji, it's clearly a joke, right?
Yeah.
So do so, but leave an emoji at the end, and everyone knows you're joking.
Ooh, Vigor now moving into Los Egos. You're finally getting a fight in Los Egos. Something that we've never seen before. Axis Red 1. What are they doing all the way on the south side? Circle is all the way up north, guys. Fix your GPS. Rip. Hugging by. He kind of knows that there's somebody out there.
How? How does he know that?
Have
Nobody
they been
comes
giving
here.
chase? Nobody. Absolutely no one. Hey, 1, 2. And says, I see you right now. Puts one down to the floor. It nearly turns him down. But it really goes in for a refrag. Vigor's life have been saved by the L. And HYVE International gets first blood eventually. Edo10 coming in. Trying to stop one member out of
Nice
Axis.
nade.
What a lob. And Hey Noob still doing it. No longer.
Well, that was a great attempt, but no members were around in time to actually make something happen. When he saw the buggy came in, I'm sure he had ample time to say, hey guys, they're crashing in here. I saw it because they spinned a few times before they actually landed, right? So what happened? Did he not tell his teammates? Did the backup not even make a move?
Perhaps so. Oh,
Ruby too, though.
Coming so close to death, but he does get the frag onto 4th row instead. Edo10 only has a shotgun, but he will give chase. He heard those footsteps, and he will continue on. Door shut right in front of his face, but one shot is all it takes. One low health, and that micro Uzi does the trick. 4 pointers in. HYVE International of the Philippines have done it.
4 pointers, but they are down to 2 members. Sure, I mean, still a great attempt from them. Right.
Blue zone.
How
far
I don't even know.
Need to go?
Yeah, you're right. They gotta fix their GPS. I think they're using compasses right now, and the whole magnetic field's off bearing.
Hopefully, there's a first aid for these boys. I don't even know. They're basically playing driving simulators now.
At least they got points. At least they got 4.
Yeah. 4 points
against Axis. I give them that. I give them that.
And they have been really showing up inside of Miramar matches overall. You consider the match yesterday where they closed out on 2nd place. Yet again on the final game. They are momentum builders. And they need a couple more points to chase. And still,
this is going to be bad. We've seen what happened to Axis. Similar situations. One member in the compound.
On the line.
Oh my god, it's both of us. Only one can come out on top. Who's it going to be? Oh, but look, M9 doesn't really have the entire squad as well. Yuhai could very well just turn this into 1v1.
Okay, you have another pack of supper, right? If I get this right, I take your supper.
No deal, that's protein.
Hey, it's a deal already. I've said it. I've said it. That's the only thing at stake.
But then there's nothing I can win from you.
You get to keep it. It's still a win. It's a chicken dinner, by the way.
Okay.
So,
bring it. Straight up, takes our dips down. Great start from the wager. And again, nothing so exciting because it's not like I will win anything from this one.
If you get to keep it, just keep it right now.
Oh, that
Lost faith so easily. Okay. You saw the moment they knew that there's a member indoors, everyone was on wheels, so they couldn't really trade back. And that kind of concluded it. Like, they just had to storm off, and it just wasn't quick enough. Yuhai backs one, and Maki now spots out the rest of Crit VIP. Even Crit did well on their run, and especially now that the circle's on the northern side, right? They always drop it in water treatment as well as the rest of the surroundings. Strong head start for the team. The Genexus,
can't say the same for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rougher of a ride. We've seen this before, and the circle doesn't favor the team, but at least there's ample room for them to at least book out from. But good news is, they are back on track. They can climb up crater fields if they want to, or they can stay put.
Look at Tabah NSEA though. Talk about trying to get awards, longest travel distance wherever they came from.
Boy. But they can't beat HYVE International.
Oh, who's still on the outskirts of the map. Look at that.
No.
No.
I feel bad for them. They did so well. They don't deserve this.
They chose to take the fight down.
This is why
no man's land.
Nobody plays in Los Egos. Nobody.
But if they come out on top and got the chicken, you'd change your mind effective immediately, wouldn't you?
Sure.
No, I wouldn't. I call it a freak of nature. But XMC
freak
now,
of nature.
Yeah, up against RSG. Oh, well, they're nearly the champions, I guess. They're the chicken dinner winners for 2 matches ago, and now it seems like they're losing 1 member already.
A repeat, RSG versus Crit VIP, reminiscent of the previous game. Now with the flank side coming in from Brian, launching an attack. And he reminds me of a younger Yuhai in such a way that maybe in terms of frags, not as much, but the way he approaches it so aggressively, he just basically send hard-hitting, knocking on doors. And this is why like RSG is a team to be respected. And although that their previous tagline was like, what, respect all, fear none. Is it still the tagline?
No, it's GGRSG now.
I'm ashamed now because I used to be from RSG.
So that's why you were hyping them up. I knew there was a bone to pick.
Do you have to call me out like that?
You called yourself out.
Deep in my veins, my left hand, my right hand still beats for 2 teams. One is definitely for RSG. That's where I originated from. Another one, Crit VIP. And both of them are fighting each other all the time.
It's like seeing your favorite children. You know, you see your favorite children actually going against each other. What is Papa Contra gonna do?
Papa Contra. Hey, I'm still single. And I don't think
That's not what you told me during breaks, during 5-minute breaks.
I am still single. But I'm not promoting myself. Sorry.
Oh, the shameless. That is shameless.
I'm just telling you, I'm not ready for kids. I mean,
well, whoever says about kids, we're off
you
tangent.
called me Papa Contra.
We're off tangent right now. Let's get back into the game. Sem
What's
9.
a papa without children? A divorcee. I'm not a divorcee either.
You're not making this any better. You're digging your grave.
Shit.
6 foot under, try 12, bro. All right now. Sem 9 getting taps onto Farang Guerillas. Nothing too lethal. And when it's an uneventful moment like this, it's getting hard to try and drown the statement you just made previously.
Anyways, yeah, move on to another topic, right?
HYVE, they finally made it.
Yeah. And let's see what the Nest could possibly bring this time. And wonder if they could possibly sting onto anybody out there. And it just strays further and further into the northern side. We've seen this territory before. It's very similar to the past day. The final game, remember how HYVE have moved all the way up north. They could try to do it again. The far left seems to be cleared out if HYVE opts to do so.
Yeah, but Genexus was already on the inside, and to get through them, you have to cross a valley or a ravine, per se, but now they have their eyes set to kill
I love the word ravine.
Onto GEEK Fam, it seems. But they have one member, Damroot, on the back end to take care of the flanks, and that could be a bad thing here because Yuhai already on his knees. Micah spots that one out. Cold-blooded murder. He's decided, well, it's your loss, man.
Blood for blood. Sem 9 at least gets one back, but GEEK Fam running into the crosshair of another team as well, getting pepper sprayed. Not blinded up, though, but the vehicles have already smoked up the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Yes. Going up those hills. It's hard to really land those angles, though. but at least both teams are still within the grasp of the circle. Micah tries to walk his way into the opposite side of the slum villages. And
getting caught
trapped there, and oh my goodness, Odic Luke on 3x scope, not really gonna be getting all the bullets, hitting the body. Meanwhile, Snipes pulls out that M16 with a level 3 hit gear, so he's not too worried if there's gonna be a hit shot, because honestly, we haven't seen that AWM in the wall. Nobody has landed an AWM throughout the course of week 2.
I mean, seeing as though that they're taking a lot of these fights close quarter, nobody wants to opt for it. However, I do like to see it come out, though. It does turn the tide in quite of a showstopper, right? When someone gets taken out by an AWM, you go like, oh, one tap.
The new showstopper in town now is an MG3. You saw how Sem9 does it. And here goes, Caterpillar up the hill.
Oh, there we go.
He popped the tire. I think he popped the tire. Oh my word. He's trying to... Is there a way to go?
No, that was hilarious. It's like a gecko on a wall. You shot them there and immediately it just fell down through.
I'm not that savage to shoot geckos. I couldn't even harm insects.
Is that we will stray from the...
Except for mosquitoes there.
It's a very controversial topic. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance right now, Helton. He has got some nades, about to toss one onto the likes of SMG, who's trying to go in for the revive, and it's good. Catches on to 2. My God, Helton, money with that one. Takes down the 2, and now SMG only has 2 more members, and it's going to be impossible to look to push against the like of Yoodo Alliance, who's got 4. But Rapid Boy, I think, gets taken down as well. So the 3 going on that side. They're gatekeepers. The Blues are coming in. SMG, how do they play this one out?
SMG basically putting up a little bit of hailstorms of grenades on top of these players out there, but the circle is still moving out and about, but it's still going to be across that crater feels the exact same circle that we're seeing right now. RSG's going to do exactly the same. They're going to crash into those middle of the compound.
Well, they're going to have to stay there for the time being, hiding behind hay bales, because DBD now is the one to have to face... RSG actually fell off. Look, whatever happened, and now they're shredding flies, racks to fall on with, but the war against Farang Guerilla and Don't Break Dreams continues to go on. It's a savage warfest, but look at Echo trying to find an entry in. And what is that car?
Did that car just sink in the ground? Oh my goodness. Anyways, how do you actually break dreams? You take that dream catcher with you.
You pay Freddy Krueger to do that for you.
Oh, okay. Freddy Krueger seems like he's in this game right now. Kiddo really landing it up, but it's actually going to be out there. He finds Bamburu, and we'll find another member of 4 Rivals. They're just hugging by those walls. Kiddo still on the manhunt, chasing it around. Appy on the far back, but it seems like Appy will find the crosshair onto 1, but it will still shut out the rest of 4 Rivals. 15th place for them. Sayonara.
I gotta be honest. Before I changed my vote to GEEK Fam, it was 4 Rivals. Because, you know, 4 Rivals and Miramar.
That's why you don't deserve to get your supper.
But thank God I changed it when I could. And now GEEK Fam's still in the game.
Unfaithful.
Hey.
Ungrateful.
Nobody gets rewarded for loyalty nowadays. Haven't you get with the times? It's 2022. Everyone's replaceable.
So you're saying you're a player?
No, I'm saying people play.
People play. 64 of them in this match.
Yeah, exactly. Only 41 remaining, though.
Make
See,
that
that's
40.
how replaceable you are.
Well, let's see if Jimmy can make it out alive. Sem9 shooting right directly at him. 1 tack hits onto his body, but he's got those level 3 gears, so it really doesn't hurt that much. RG, Brian, know that there's still someone out there.
There's just 2 members.
What's going on, Scooby-Doo?
There's just 2 members. They're going to shoot it down! But they will, with the fast picking, they will take out Dingoz instead. I swear I saw a nade being tossed on forward. Oh, I didn't connect onto that member of Dingoz, so count the lucky star. Still 2 members.
Now it's DBD's turn to move right in. Right through the streets they go, and it's Crit VIP. Still having all 4 players intact, and this is one of the most stable but slower vehicles inside of Miramar. They'll try to use this as bunker later on. Meanwhile, Dab finds another one in the form of Odic Luke. Jenny outside of the play zone will be taken out, and there goes the rest of Team SMG on 13th spot. Damage being done here onto Lex. Well, or should I say Lex? just hitting onto the rest of the members of MUGEN instead. Sam9 finds the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Sam9 bringing one more point. 4 points in, and they have already cleared the entire sector. GEEK fam still struggling to get by.
Yeah, that's because Genexus has got the entire heavens labeled with their name. They bought property up there, and now look, the intruder, Elia, will pay the price. It's Texas, baby. You step on my property, you get shot dead, it seems, and Genexus will maintain the heavens towards their name.
Oh man, if this is Texas, I don't know, it's being covered up by smoke hazes and grenades all over the place, but it's Luyu there, spraying the smoke, almost catching Mika, but that will do the trick though. And it's going to be Xiaoboy out of nowhere. It will land a GEEK member of GEEK fam, and that will be a 10th place finish. So, supper?
Not yet. Sam9 did not get the chicken just
They
yet.
got 3 members still.
Oh, you're making a hard bargain here, but you just said you gave it on to me.
Okay. We'll share it.
Negotiation worked.
Fine. Have it your way. Anyways, now down to 9 teams, 28 more players remaining. Virgil and the rest of MUGEN makes it to the top 9. They've only gotten 1 takedown. Tabah NSEA over on the top side of the hill. A lot of smokes have been expended though. They're trying to find players of the side of Genexus instead. DBD have again by the shacks. They do not seem to have healthy vehicles. Nades are being expended directly at them, but not really hitting onto that space just yet. Sam9 also pushing up there, being sandwiched in between. Things are not looking good for DVD. Don't break greens are about to get shattered, but they do get a pick instead. One member knocked from the side of Sam9, then get one back. PMPL also chiming in as well. Sam9, they're not going to be in a good position. They got them all trapped, and it's Genexus being the hill very pleased that they are, or not just basically lost it. But then again, Genexus are just the puppet masters up this hill.
Yeah, and look who they tried to, allow to escape, but failed. That is Lord Harm. Of course, save the king, save the Lord himself, but gets shot down in the process. RSG now 5 eliminations still, despite 2 members surviving this late into the game. It is Crit VIP now who will take their exit, and look, still firing up against the ranks of MAB. And, well, this circle has now closed down onto 6 teams.
MAB still have so many utilities that they could go with. Look at that. Iftar has 5 frag grenades to toss right down under. It's only going to be RSG over on the lower side of the hill. Everybody has made their way up. And we understand why SM9 choose to push, but that wasn't the right moment for them to do so. They could have actually waited a little bit longer, and that's why they crash out. Bosskurr now with the Molotov might be able to find Iftar, though. He knows that he's inside the smoke. 7 points already for Genexus. And they might just be the ones that can close this game out. Perfect toss out of Captain Pew Pew. And there goes Malu Apa Bosskurr Esports.
Well, we're down to the last 5, it seems. RSG, Genexus, Tabah NSEA, HYVE International, and MUGEN. It's the first time we're seeing both HYVE and MUGEN, the guest of honors in this entire series. For the day at the very
Remember this, boys from Los Higos.
No!
They made it in.
And if they could turn around that perception right now, but MUGEN's not making it easy for RSG, getting shot down, gunned down. Pressure is on, and the blue is right behind their backs here. They have to look for a way to retaliate, but HYVE as well being pinned down by the likes of Genexus. Both the blues, it seems. Genexus, though, they have 1 member on their knees. They have to go in with the revive. The Virgil secures one to look, and that is looked down. Most likely Brian too, that is RSG out.
RSG today had such a good run. Top 5 in most of these games at the very least. Once again, top 5, got the chicken dinner, top 3 in the previous round as well. Now Genexus dictates who gets up these hills. HYVE International over on the lower end. And there's only 2 teams that are over on the top, and it's going to be MUGEN over on the northern end instead. Though it is a little bit of a lower ground, it's going to be Tabah NSEA challenging them. MUGEN has HAM10K trading them to pieces. They spot for Bro and Xiaoboy. Stop HYVE International. One more player by the blue. Trading back. Edo10 might just get this one back, but no, he will be taken out by the blue. So instead, 4th place finish, 4 elimination points. First one down the way for kills as well. Finds Xiaoboy. Only a member left for the side of Genexus that's still healthy. But look at how far Luyu is at the moment. NC versus Mugen. Top 2, Singapore. Can they do it though?
No, I think Genexus just crippled the likes of Mugen, which means Tabah NSEA can actually push in and maybe even wipe things out. We've got to slow the pace down a little bit. It's not yet a climax moment, but Luyu going in with the revive. If he could pick all the members of Genexus up, this could be a reset for them and maybe secure their first ever Miramar chicken dinner, I think. I don't believe Genexus has ever gotten it in this week alone, but they will try. 9 kills. This is impressive. Virgil's not given a chance. That's Pew being gunned down.
It's not over, but they're slowly being rid down. One more member out of Genexus, and it's going to be NC there that takes it all out. Magic's now hunting out for the final member, and it's going to be Luyu. One tough nut to crack, but Mugen's fighting for it though. Magic's gets shut down instead. Luyu, can he bring it in the back? Now it's down to him as well as Flax, and Luyu getting tagged out. Virgil doing it again, and there's not much that he can work with. He doesn't get the kill off though. He runs off, right off his crosshair he goes. Mugen, they're about to try, but Genexus is out. It's between NC as well as Mugen. 4 versus 4. Genexus at least walks away with 9 elimination points.
But they're not happy with that though. They've gotten that before. It was the first Miramar of like 2 days ago, and now Mugen looking to push. This is one thing we haven't seen from this train for them to power through the tracks and go straight head-on against the enemy. So NC, they got the compound, they have the circle. It's going to be a tough side. Actually, circle favors the size of Mugen, but coming from the high ground and a compound, Tabah NC can maybe weather the storm and in fact turn this one into a very, very valuable push.
Lex does not have any more utilities in the back, but Frankie does have 3 nades. This is going to be a fight down kill. That you have to expend these nades and catch at least one member off to start off this final showdown. Meanwhile, you need to look at the rest of the position of Tabah NC. And remember this, you talked about Tabah NC in the previous round that they have what it takes to also get a chicken dinner for himself. This is the best chance. But yet again, Mugen has been waiting for this for the longest of time, and they are not gonna let this one slip away. This could be their lifeline here. If they win this one out, their fate can be changed. They can be the ones that bounce up just like how Team Hawk did.
It's looking like it's favoring Mugen right now. They're playing the passive hold, 4-4. These 2 teams are both equally as healthy. But seeing as though that if NC would have to leave the compound, it's honestly a tough feat to do. And Mugen can play like otters right now, play mole rats and just pop their heads out and start shooting.
Just run around everywhere, but these guys are so skilled.
Mole rats can pop their heads out and shoot because they're the ones with the cover. They're behind elevation.
Probably a hedgehog right now.
Right. Because if Tabah NC were to run downhill, it's going to be so obvious. They're going to expose the entire body.
And the problem is this. There's honestly not much angles that Mugen can work with, and here comes the grenades that I was talking about. Lob directly over the side of HAM10K is not lethal enough, though. 2 more nades to be expended. I don't think the rest of the members can do much about it. There's still a little bit more deflates in the form of that Molotov, and 1 smoke grenade each, and they spot out nasty. Shots being fired out here. Mugen still turtling in. Not willing to give away that position, but they're starting to clump up. Not really looking all too good. Soaking more damage as we speak of it. Blacks trying to chime in.
They're clumping up. This is not good. No, overshot
I think that's about every nade that there is. It's only down to smokes, so they will have to go close quarter combat to settle scores right here and now.
Yeah, but take a look at the circle closed in actually to the side of NC. So Mugen now, the table have turned. They have to look for the push, but they have nades. They have smokes to play around with. So thank God for that. They were playing the late game pacemaker, and now they can create a screen of smokes to maybe make it onto their advantage. They caught one, but not enough to take him down. The damage is there, but they have to cripple one of the gunfires to be able to alleviate the pressure and maybe make an entry in.
Alex now just holding them behind that rock and a hard place. Lex just keep on prowling in.
Oh, nasty.
Cam10K still hiding inside of smoke. They will ring around a Rosie. If there's anyone to do it from the side of MUGEN, it has to be Virgil. He's been the one contributing. And there you go. First pick up, but it's going to be Virgil trying to bring this one back. Magic's 1 HP, and he will fall instead. The rest of MUGEN is going to be out for the count. Tabah NSEA, they finally have done it here in Miramar.
My God, Tabah NSEA, just when I voted for them, they came in not with the first Miramar, instead the second one of the day. And if I was Contra, I'd say I got my prediction on the money here.
You say that it was invalid if I voted early on, so, but it's still
there we go.
Dance for
We
Tabah
knew that
NSEA.
they had it in them. This is a team who could stand the likes of GEEK. They're both Malaysian representative in their own national sports here. The SEA Games, Asian Games. This is why they're here to play and they're here to stay. A statement can be made.
And the boys from the Grease and Milan have been waiting for this glorious moment. And we were just talking about it. It seemed like these boys didn't need a chicken dinner, but hey, it has basically bestowed upon them. HYVE International, though, the craziest run into a top 4 from Los Higos. And they were just at the brink of it with only Edo10 surviving, and they managed to at least salvage one member off. And then we have this, Crit VIP, with another run in with RSG.
Yeah, they were fighting each other. There's a lot of intensity that's happening in this match. Previously, in the first Miramar, it took 17 minutes for action. This one started much sooner, which I'm so happy about. But a lot of these big teams in which you expected to weather the storm and come out on top, or at least in a top 5 position, all crumbled. 4 rivals as well. Miramar seems to be their bread and butter, but not this time. And it was members of Tabah NSEA, I believe, who kicked the bucket for RSG down in the bottom.
Yeah, and we saw so many grenade exchanges here throughout this span of the game. I believe it should be one of the highest that we'll be seeing in the stats overall, but RSG is battling it all out, but couldn't really hope for multiple angles there that caused them to go down on the spot. But MUGEN, they were in the right place at the right time, especially on that angle. They saw the entire kill where Genexus was standing on, took 2 down, and almost took out Wing as well.
Yeah, but this was decided right here because he could have gone either way, but Magic coming in with flank. Truth be told, Nasty was going in of a flank with his own, but got caught out by Magic, who was already the first mover there. So that smokes that they deployed actually worked against them because NC used it to their advantage to go in.
I can't believe this stats. Like, HYVE actually has a shorter route than NC. Like,
yeah, NC, we saw them go from, okay, so they dropped down over at Valdemar, and then they took a detour, I think even going through Trailer Park. It's just to go in from the north and west side of the circle.
Okay, fair game then. Fair game. Like, overall, this is the stats that a lot of these teams are super happy about. Tabah NSEA now draws it back into the top 5, I do believe, with this points scattered here. 23, and then we got 19 for Genexus, which were outstanding, I would say, although they finished on top 3, and MUGEN finally lands at 17 points, and 12 for HYVE. Now, I wonder if MUGEN could still overtake HYVE, though, because there was still a little bit of a gap early on.
So the both of them will down in bottom 2, but with this performance today, would that
HomeBois
be
lower,
enough?
right?
No, HomeBois broke out a long time ago because they had one good game, but now with this, could HomeBois be down at the bottom again?
I'm not too sure, but then again, it's of course MUGEN here with Virgil being the most valuable player, and rightfully so. We saw 57% of team contribution, and I was just looking at him go. He could single-handedly take down Genexus over there on the bottom of that other end of the hill, and we just want to see those finishing touches. And it's just sad to see that that final circle just pulls back into the favor of Tabah NSEA.
Ah, there we go.
And now we finally get our answer. MUGEN has gone out of gutter and moved upwards together with HYVE, both advancing forward.
And it is HomeBois back down at the 20th spot, just when they had one good game here. Obviously, neglect GEEK. We know they're leaps and bounds ahead. RSC maintained their position, only 10 points ahead of Sam9, so that one's going to be quite the nail-biter to catch up with comes tomorrow. Genexus also in the realm to do so. Top 5 now is Tabah NSEA.
Yeah, and we see the competition now just get so close. Now, anyone from 2nd to 8th place here will be racing for the top spots, right? Sure, you can't catch up to GEEK Fam, but everybody has to find ways to beat RSG because they have finally got their formula back. Meanwhile, Sam9 hasn't been the most consistent of them all, but at least they have maintained themselves in the top 3. And speaking of the top 3, here are your top 3 eliminators of Week 2, Day 3.
Yeah, and although it doesn't seem like it because GEEK Fam didn't really have much of a good map previously in the Miramar, mind you, this is the entire day's event, and we've seen how GEEK Fam comes in averaging 14 kills. I think they had 2 games of the similar nature today, which is good enough. 2 games is 50% of the games you're going to play today, so that is a very respectable feat. Again, GEEK Fam just totally outclassing everyone, just to, again, echoing the sound of him and his Facebook post. Somebody's got to stop them. They're a bit out of hand.
Overall, I think that they already know how to do so from now onwards. But then again, kudos to all the teams that have played all the matches today. We are finally seeing a different page of a chapter where it wasn't a GEEK Fam domination day. It wasn't a Sam9 domination game or even Genexus for today. But overall, we definitely celebrate all the teams that are working so hard to get their way through to the grand finals. Let's start off here. You mentioned Valdemar. Okay, they didn't cross through Junkyard. So
I said Trailer Park.
Trailer Park. Oh, okay, fine. Okay. But how could it be? Los Higos is much farther than that.
I guess when they were in the circle, it was easy to get into the circle from Los Higos. I'm not sure.
Perhaps so. But then again, yeah, distance aside, like, let's talk about close proximities though, because the Genexus as well as NC, they were the closest to each other. They're the ones who honestly not made any move from this point onwards. This was circle number 4 or 5, and everybody else wraps around it. And we saw Sam9 try to approach the hill, stopped by the Genexus. 4 Rivals try to advance forward. MAB as well also gets shut down. But MAB at the very least took some numbers out there before going out. Now, DBD, they were calling for his dips, but being in the center of attention here in the middle of this hill is a no-go.
I guess, I mean, when you're in the game, you don't really know what's around you, but yeah,
you kind of do. At the same time, you can't do anything about it.
Pretty much. You sealed you sealed your fate right there. Genexus, though, I think this one was a bit of a, what's the word? Complacency going on, because they've had the hills for the longest of time. Maybe they didn't expect some of these teams to be down in the foothills. And so they got shot from like an easy flank side from MUGEN, right? And he got away not with just one knock, with a couple more from the same general vicinity.
Yeah, I think that they didn't target fire onto maybe a single side. Sure, they have split priorities. They want to have both sides of the hills covered up, and then some of them were also battling on against NC, which left room for MUGEN to trade back. And then I felt like it was a split direction. And of course, when it comes down to a crash course like that, you get that surprise attack. Then you suddenly have this panic. Oh, 2 members are down. You have to go for a revive. And that sets it up perfectly for the final showdown between MUGEN as well as NC, which we saw MUGEN with that dire attempt, a really respectable one, to come this close, top 2 finish. And I want to see more out of these guys out there. Even HYVE looking into the top 4 has been able to show up as well. So now it could be anybody at the top. Okay, put GEEK aside. Or anybody at the bottom as well.
Well, it's HomeBois. HomeBois is back down bottom, and they've been bottom for a while now, except for that one game when they ended up in the top 3, top 5, I think. Then they shot up for 2 spaces. But look, one game. MUGEN and HYVE now sits on top of HomeBois again. So if they can actually have more consistency in their performance, there is no doubt that MUGEN and HYVE can actually sit at least higher within the second draft.
That's true enough. And with that being said, we still have an interview that will come up later on with some of your favorite players that have performed well throughout today. And on top of that, of course, great news to be shared to you guys as well. Meanwhile, of course, though it concludes our day's run here on week 2, day 3, there's still a lot more that you guys can do. Remember that Blackpink virtual concert is happening in-game as well. You can basically pop us on your tablet or TV screen. You know, smart TVs nowadays, you could just plug it in, or even on your devices while you get to enjoy Blackpink concert.
Yeah, it's still going on till the 31st, which means you have about 1 day left.
This weekend.
This weekend, one Saturday, right?
Today is the start of the weekend. I believe it was until 30th.
Oh, I wish I could grab these phones and check the timer, but I can't. We were told we can't touch it. They said our fingerprints
I can
were a bit
only
too
get
dirty.
this close. This close. So, of course, with that being said, we mentioned that we're going to be speaking to some of the boys out there, and we're going to have 7-9 on board to talk to us for this segment. And let's welcome 7-9's very own coach. And of course, please welcome SlyDD. How are you doing so far? And what do you think about the performance of your boys for today?
Hello, hi. We're good. 7-9 is good. As for our performance, yeah, we did reach our daily targets. So we are satisfied as for now, but we are hoping to do more in the coming days.
So I've got a question for you. Since you're the coach, you're the brains of the operation, right? I want to know, what did you do different to 7-9 this season? Because last season, truth be told, they didn't look so hot. This time around, it looked like the boys are back. Like the iconic Malaysian representative boys are finally back into play.
To be honest, I don't think I really did much, but in a way, we did have a change of IGL. So that's a big thing when it comes to team game, because IGL is like probably the most important role in the game. So I do work a lot with the current IGL, which is Putra, and Putra so far has been very helpful. He's willingly cooperating with me, taking my input into his advantages. And the teammates also, in a way, they try to indulge themselves when I'm trying to guide into doing something, so that the whole team try to get an idea what's need to be done in the game.
Yeah, and we can see the beauty of it, whether if you have roster rotations, whether if it's Adage playing, if it's Manparang playing, you guys still manage to land chicken dinners after chicken dinners throughout the span of week 1 as well as week 2. So far, I'm pretty sure you are satisfied with the performance thus far. Any sort of targets that you're looking at, because other than the points weekly, there's also the PMGC points leading up to the Global Championship. Is that something that is also a target for 7-9 looking into the season?
Well, yeah, after the end of first week, we kind of get into an idea where we can actually pull off in chasing the PMGC points. But then after the performance from GEEK Fam, gets kind of hard to maintain that goal. So as for now, we are really focusing on how to get ourselves into the C scene, to get into the next stage, the C Championship. But if we do somehow manage to chase the PMGC point, why not?
Yeah, why not?
You shouldn't give up,
Land
right?
both if you can.
We still have another week also after this week, and this week is not even done yet. So one more before I send you off running, SlyDD. Tell us, give us the details here, because if you're a veteran of the game and you've been a fan for a long time, you would think that Manparang would be staple here and would never moved on to substitution. Why suddenly deciding that he should be on that rotation?
because it's very important to have an experienced player in the game, especially Mamparang for a player that has been playing like for a long time. Because although we have a very good and improving IGL, sometimes the IGL can be, you know, in a blank state where he's not sure what to do. So that's when players like Mamparang will like step in and just, you know, him some inputs, just push the IGL to like this, maybe you can try this, so that the IGL can remain constantly focused, like not blank in the game. So that's the
I feel that's perfect.
If for those who's wondering, like why do I put Mamparang, why play Mamparang? Because Mamparang so far has been stepping up when I need him to, so that Putra can like have a good game.
That's great. Overall, I think like you really have a solid game plan out there. Of course, there's still more fine-tuning to do to get to the perfect momentum heading into, you know, the grand finals, and hopefully, you know, you guys will land all the slots that you guys need to. Still very early into week 2, and I hope you guys are ready for the weekend, and thank you so much for taking your time here, joining us for this interview.
I just have to clarify myself before we go out on bad foot. I wasn't questioning why you put Mamparang in. I just want to understand, is there like a different strategy when Mamparang playing and when they're not playing? Do you have 2 different strategies? That was my intention. I'm not questioning. I'm not saying that he shouldn't play.
It's okay. I think the elaboration was good enough. Like, man is saying enough.
No, he phrased it in a sense that that's why he's playing, he's getting better. I'm like, no, I never said he was bad. That's okay.
Basically, the gameplay it remains the same. It remains the same, just that, like, yeah. I mean, if the question is if there's a difference in game plan, no.
Okay.
All right, and of course, thank you so much, Slidey. We love your input out there. We hope to get to interview you more and maybe have a chat, get some Mamak session going on. But for now, I let you guys rest. There's still weekend to play, so all the best to Sem9. Sem9 on fire.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My God, he put me in a spot there. It's as if I was questioning why Mamparang was playing. I panicked. I had to clarify. You were nearly going to send him off, and I had to step in, man.
You were so worried.
Dude, I don't want to be viral this way. Not this way.
Well, of course, I think like it's great that they have a brand new or a flag bearer to lead the charge overall. Like, Mamparang, he could still basically be the general advisor of the group. And I think that this dynamics that was inbuilt for Sem9 overall is just perfect. So with that being said, that was Sem9 that we have got a chance to interview. I hope you have enjoyed that segment and the rest of the day of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. My name's Contra, this is Keith, and it definitely was a blast that we get to share these moments with you guys. Till then, make sure you guys are here, same time, same place tomorrow, and we shall wrap up the night, so we will see you then.
Bye-bye.